Aluhu. Aluhu. El Shaddai Lehenu Oleo Botenu. Abialama Yitzchak Rabbi Yaakov. Takwados Wishanega Kwados Baruch Shemega Lola Wahe. With Shalom Menitra El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Le Dodo Tamidi Olam. Beni B'nei B'nei Israel Otu Lola. Kisha Shekarim Masa El Shaddai Va Shemayim. Where Ta'alis Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat Wa Inakfash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Ma'ed, Baruch Shel Kabod Makuto, Lolam Ma'ed, Baruch Kabod Norimi, Kumor Melech Elyon, Hallelujah, Lolam Ma'ed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. The great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and seed. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I gotta repeat what I said last night. I have to repeat what I said last night. I have to. Because we will never receive or accept. Your spirit will never receive or accept the word of God if it's not said or done repetitively. Which means you're going to hear things over and over.
Amen.
Which means you're going to be doing things over and over. And why do we have to do these things over and over? Why do we have to continuously read the same laws that I read already over and over? Why did God command Moses to teach the children of Israel certain songs? Why did God tell the people that we should Weshinantam? Weshinantam means to study by oral repetition. A mishneh means a double of. So these are laws, commandments, and statutes that we will hear over and over again. I have read Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. I can't even tell you how many times I read those 5 books over and over. And if I hear something repetitively, I will never complain that I'm hearing this too much. You know why? Because we got to realize that this is the word of God. Right. And in order to get your spirit accustomed to these laws, commandments, and statutes, you have to hear it over and over. Teach us. The godly don't complain.
No.
I said the godly and the pious ones don't complain. Show me where in the book where you ran into a godly man that complained. The last people that complained, God killed them. And they was really hungry. They was hungry. Huh? I said they was really hungry. You know what we complain about? I heard it already. You keep saying it over and over. But it's only going to do your soul good. The things that I'm repeating is only going to do you good if you accept it. Right. I said the laws of God will only do a person good if you accept it. And if you accept it, you won't complain about the laws, commandments, and statutes of God that is reiterated over and over. And that tells you the mind frame of people. I said, that tells you the mind frame of people.
My brother-in-law always say, you hear that?
About the things that we murmur and complain about.
Right.
We murmur and complain because there's some type of dissatisfaction within ourselves. We are not satisfied.
Okay.
So because we are not satisfied, we complain.
Right.
But God brought the nation through the wilderness to prove them. I said, God brought the nation of Israel through the wilderness, that Sinai Peninsula, to prove them. God put us through sufferings and temptations to prove our loyalty and our commitment and our belief in God. How much do you believe in God? There was a man named Tobit, right? And he made a prayer. He sent the prayer out to God. But the first thing he did was give glory to God.
That's right.
That's the first thing we do when we pray. Because when we read the book, we are reading about a godly people that was accepted by God. I said we are reading about a godly people that set the format, that set the path. And you learn the procedure. And you will learn how to seek God by reading about these godly men. You will learn how to gain God's attention by reading about these godly men. What to do, what to say to bring God out of his place, to activate God and say, wait a minute. And he almost broke his neck turning around looking at you because of what you said out of your mouth.
That's right.
Huh? He says, oh Lord, thou art just in all thy works. Yes. Whatever God do is just. I said, whatever God do is just. I have to accept that.
That's right.
And you have to accept that.
That's right.
Even if it means for God taking my life, I will turn to God and tell my God that thou art just in whatsoever thou doest.
Okay.
Even if it means taking my life.
Okay.
Those are heavy words.
Yeah.
That's acknowledgement, man.
Woo.
And if it means taking my life, I don't want to go now. I don't want to die now. King Hezekiah didn't want to die.
He was right.
And he was righteous. He said, having not done all thy commandments. And he turned towards the wall. Why? Because he couldn't even get out the bed. At that point in time, he couldn't face the east. He couldn't face the temple. So he gathered enough strength and turned towards the wall. He said, oh Lord, haven't I done all thy commandments? But he had merits to fall back on. So now, because I don't have no merits to back up on, because I am a presumptuous person, I violate the commandments of God presumptuously. So now I have to go into sacrifice mode. Now I have to go into vows. Now I have to go into oaths. And I have to mean what I say when I turn to God. And I have to bind my soul by death, by remembering and asking God, if I don't turn towards thee, O Lord God, my fathers, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, remember my iniquities in the time of judgment. I said, remember my iniquities in the time of judgment, but deliver me from this bed. oh God of my righteousness. Allow me to be a sign that there is a God in Israel by delivering me from this evil bed of sickness, that I may prove myself before thee, O Lord. He said, O Lord, thou art just, and all thy works and all thy ways are mercy and truth. Mercy and truth. And what did he said, all the ways of God is mercy and truth. And I read in the Psalms where it says, by mercy and truth, you can make atonement for sins. Just by being merciful and truthful. If I'm truthful, before I become truthful with God, I got to be truthful with myself. And if I'm truthful with myself, then I'll be truthful with God. If I'm truthful with God, I will not sin presumptuously. I will fulfill every law in that book that I'm able to fulfill. That's why he said, by mercy and truth, you can make atonement for sins. God wasn't specific with who to have mercy on. True. I said God wasn't specific with who to have mercy on. I'm in Tobit, chapter 3, just in case if people want to read. The chapter we're going into is Numbers 12. Remember me and look upon me. This is the prayer of Tobit, man. He turned to God and asked God, he said, remember me, O Lord. Which means what? Don't forget me. Don't turn your back on me, oh God, please. By allowing me to remain in this situation. Don't turn your back on me, oh God. Because I have realized and I have acknowledged that I am a vessel. I am a vessel that have violated your laws presumptuously. I have cast thy laws behind my back. But now I turn to thee in severity of heart, in sincerity of heart, O Lord. Remember me and look on me. Punish me not for my sins and ignorances. Don't cast me down. Don't lead me astray. Don't forsake me, O God, for my iniquities that I have known and the iniquities that I have not known. And the sins of my fathers who have sinned before thee. Because God, look, we dealing with a holy God. Right. And he will remember the sins of the fathers upon the children. To remember, to be mindful. He said, I will command the sins of the fathers to be visited upon the sons. But in order for the sons not to be visited with the sins of their fathers, they have to be the repairers of the breach. They have to cover all angles. Because if the son don't cover the angles, then God is going to visit his father's iniquities upon him. It says unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. We hate God. Yeah, we hate God, man.
What denotes hatred?
We hate God.
What denotes hatred?
What denotes hatred? How do you show your hate for God? When you violate the commandments. When you violate the laws. When you come up with an excuse of why you can shave your face, eat blood and fat,
that's right,
and do things that is contrary from the laws of God.
That's right.
What it bothers you about me repeating the law every minute? About stealing. It bothers you
Yeah.
that I mention and talk about stealing all the time. You must like it. You must be a thief. You must have a special heart for thieves.
Yeah.
Or you must be a thief. I want to hear the Lord's every day.
Right.
Repeat it to me over and over and over and over so that these laws can be a part of me. This is why God said practice. To practice means to do something over and over. Over and over and over again. And when you keep doing it over and over and over again, it begins to grow on you.
That's right.
It begins to be a part of you. Okay?
Over and over.
Okay?
That's right. Talk about it. Talk about it.
And the sins of my fathers who have sinned before thee, for they obeyed not thy commandments. This is a heavy prayer, man. Tobit is going into acknowledgement. Tobit is acknowledging the power and the mercy and the truthfulness of God. And he's recognizing that this is no avail.
Right.
All this is happening to me is because we have not obeyed thy laws.
Right.
We have not obeyed thy commandments. So we get punished for our shortcomings before God. Wherefore thou hast delivered us for a spoil. We obeyed not the commandments of God, so God gave us up to be spoiled, robbed, slaves, gave us up to do it. And it's not our job to hate the ones that had us enslaved.
That's right.
Why? Because God put us there, because we came up short. We came up short.
That's the white man. The white man.
Don't blame the white man.
Blame yourself.
Blame yourself.
Blame yourself. That's right.
Blame yourself.
Yeah.
Because before God gave us up to the hands of the oppressor, he told us and reiterated to us what to do to keep ourselves out of their hands.
That's correct.
Right.
So stop blaming people. Look in the mirror and blame yourself. Not everything that happened is because you called it to yourself.
That's right.
You came up short with God. And until we acknowledge that, you will not make the necessary change for yourself.
Okay.
That's right.
See, before we change before God, I have to acknowledge
That's right.
that I'm sick.
That's right.
Okay.
I have to acknowledge that I'm a violator. I have to acknowledge that I have added on and took away from the word of God to benefit myself. See, that's what we do, though. We add on and we take away from the laws of God to benefit ourselves. God said every generation has gotten worse.
Yeah.
So guess what? The generation of my father was better than this generation.
That's right, brother. I see it. Yeah.
I said the generation that came up in the 70s and 80s was better than this generation. You have to kill somebody to shave their face. You have to kill somebody to bald their head. Everybody had braids, hair on their head, locks. Now, you have a child 5, 6 years old, you got him sitting in the barber shop.
5, 6, 2, 3. Oh,
Why? Because the mothers don't know how to be mothers. The mothers have to learn the qualities of being a wife. Just like men has to know the qualities of being a husband. And the qualities of being a wife is that you have to realize that one day I may have a son if I'm married. When I get married. And when I have my son, the first place you do, you don't sit him in the barber shop because that's ungodly.
That's right.
It's ungodly. Learn to braid. Stop being lazy. Learn to braid.
Yeah.
And stop being lazy.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Leviticus chapter 19. Lo takwipu.
Payout on second.
Lo takwipu payat rosheken.
Yeah.
The word payat come from the root word pa'ad. Payat, pa'at. It means you should not skim off a side, section, lock, or curl of your head.
Yeah. Break it down, brother.
Okay?
Cold
With no tashkit. With no tashkit. Tashkit means to corrupt. With no tashkit. Payat zekwaneka.
Yeah.
Payat means to skim off a side, section, lock, or curl of your beard.
Yeah.
But we come up with an excuse that doesn't correlate with what God said.
Yeah.
You want to learn the mind frame of God? Read the book.
Yeah.
And if your mind frame and the way you think doesn't correlate with what you read, forward thoughts. These are forward thoughts. And because of your thoughts that's against the thoughts of God, you are separated. God will push you away.
Yeah.
I said, God will push you away because you don't think the same like God. God said, be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Set yourself apart, Israel. By not following after the ways and the customs of the people that we live amongst. Americans sit in barber shops. You can't be an Israelite sitting in a barber shop. You can't be. There's qualities that come with being an Israelite, man.
Much less a fake Kohen with a goatee.
There's qualities that come with Israelites.
Talk about it, drama.
Can't tell me you an Israelite and you're bald head.
Talk about it.
Caesars.
Talk about it. Goatees.
Shaving your face.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Eating blood and fat.
Talk about it, drama.
You're tired of me saying it?
Talk
You're going to
about
hear it again.
Yeah.
Thieves.
Yeah.
Adulterers.
Yeah. Talk about it, drama.
Haters of the Lord.
Yeah.
God hate iniquity, man. I said we serve a God that hates sin. And the only book that gave us a description of what sin is this book.
Yeah. Talk about it.
But I guess we ain't chosen.
Talk about it, drama.
I guess you are the one that's not chosen of God. You can really depict who's chosen by God by how they live.
How they live, that's right.
You got to make yourself chosen by God. You have to make yourself the elect. Huh? Huh? Yeah. I got to crash the party. I said, me, Chief Shammah, son of Chief Eleazar, must trash the party. I got to break the ranks. I got to get into the elect ones, the chosen ones. I got to be like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the pious ones, because there is a reward for the righteous. There is a great reward for the righteous. The reward wasn't specified. And it didn't describe the reward. But I want the same reward that Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Moses and all those godly men got. So therefore, the light of the righteous shall not rest upon the light of the wicked, lest the righteous put forth their hands to iniquity. So there's different portions that God gave to the righteous, and there's different portions that God gave to the wicked. I don't know the portion, but I know there's a portion that is given to the godly and to the ungodly. I don't want to be ungodly. I don't want their portion. So in order not to get the ungodly portion, follow the book. Are you that vain that you have to shave your head?
Yes.
The Israelites' head is clean. Clean.
Yes.
Clean, man. And then they want to talk about thus saith the Lord. about God with people that disregard, and believe me, that's not the only thing that makes you cut off.
Talk about it.
Profaning the Sabbath day makes you cut off. When you sin presumptuously, that cuts you off. It's a lot of laws that we violate that causes us to be cut off from God.
That's right.
So we need to hear these laws over and over.
That's right.
Hoping that it brings about a change. Hoping that it activates the good that you have in you. Because we all got good in us. I said you got to tap into the good that we have in us. In you. For they obey not thy commandments. Wherefore thou hast delivered us for a spoil, and unto captivity, and unto death, and for a proverb of reproach to all the nations among whom we are dispersed. Yeah, we are a proverb of reproach. That's why they call you nigger, coon, spoon, rascal, blackie, nigger. That's why we will continue to have racism.
Victims of racism. Will be subject to.
That's why we will continue to have racism. Because they are racist, that don't mean you have to be.
That's right.
Because any color, any shade can serve God.
That's right.
That's right.
I said any color can serve God.
Okay.
We shouldn't be racist against people's complexion.
That's
No, man.
right.
No good. That needs to stop.
I got a white brother, and I love him as my own soul.
We too,
That's
brother.
right. That's
And
right.
his name is Prince Akari.
That's my brother.
I love him as my own soul.
That's right.
And when he left, I wanted to cry.
He serves God.
I love him like my own soul. Why? And what connects me to that man is because we have a common commitment.
Coming in.
That's right.
Wait a minute. But I'm dibbling into one of my lessons. Let me pull back. That's all right. I said, now the judgments are many and true. Huh? Deal with me according to my sins and my father's sins. You hear what Tobin is saying and asking God? He said, oh Lord God, deal with me according to my sins and my father's sins. That's deep, man. That's deep. Listen, you will hear yourself. If you are on that godly path, you're going to hear certain things over and over. Why? Because this is a path or mentality that all godly men have. That's why Tobit asked God to deal with him according to his sins and his father's sins. Who else said that? King David. King David said, wait. He said, these flocks, these sheep ain't did nothing. He said, put it upon me at my father's house. Which means deal with me according to my sins and the things that I've done and put it upon me.
That's right.
I'm the one that have violated thy laws, commandments, and statutes. But again, that's acknowledgement. We have to go into heavy acknowledgement before God, which means we are at the brink of death. So when we're praying, now we have to dig deeper. We must be specific now. We have to detail it. We got to detail it. Because I'm looking for instant delivery. I don't have no time to be playing games.
Go straight to it.
Because God got me at the brink of death.
That's right. Name them all.
I said, God got me at the brink of death. But that's a mentality.
Right.
That is a mentality. I have to remain in that mental state to keep myself in correction with God, to keep myself grounded in correcting myself of my shortcomings with God. A guilty conscience. That's what that's called. Because we have not kept our commandments, neither have walked in truth before thee. Now therefore deal with me as seemeth best unto thee. That's heavy. That's heavy. Whatever you decide to do to me, oh God, I accept it.
So be it.
I accept it, oh Lord. Why? Because I have realized that I violated, and whatever you do to me, you're just in whatsoever thou doest. That's pride. That's called, you know what that is? Your pride is broken at that point in time. At that point in time, your pride is broken. At that point in time, your spirit is broken. So when your spirit is broken, you have to remain humble before God. But our spirit be broken and our pride still elevates. It ain't broken. It ain't broken. So God turned the wringer, and he keep turning till you break. And sometimes we don't never break. And that's when we end up dead. Because you have not broke yourself. You have not broken yourself to bend to the will of the Creator. Now therefore deal with me as seemeth best unto thee, and command my spirit to be taken from me, that I may be dissolved and become earth. For it is profitable for me to die rather than live, because I have heard false reproaches and have much sorrow. Command, therefore, that I may now be delivered out of this distress and go into the everlasting place. Turn not thy face away from me, O Lord. Numbers chapter 12.
Numbers chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married.
Miriam and Aaron were Moses' brothers and sisters. I said Miriam and Aaron was Moses' brothers and sisters. And they spoke against Moses because he married an Ethiopian woman. All right? Now they're talking about and they're speaking against a man that God has chose. They're speaking against a man that's better than them. Moses was on the level that Aaron and Miriam wasn't on.
That's right.
He said, huh? And God proved that to him. There's levels to this, man.
That's right.
There's levels in righteousness. And there's levels in wickedness. And when we reach a certain level in wickedness, it brings us to a place of no return. Sometimes we can't come back. Sometimes there's times where God hedge up to way to where you can't find yourself back. Wow. Let's read.
For he had married an Ethiopian woman. Verse 2. And they said, hath the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard him.
See, we got to choose our words wisely, because you can say things to offend people that God thinks highly of. I say you can say things to offend people that God thinks highly of. Aaron and Miriam was not on the same level with Moses. Because God thought so highly of Moses, it's it shook him a little bit. I don't like this. Listen here, you talking about the God that I elect and I chose. This guy here, I speak to face. What I shown him, y'all never seen. I didn't deal with y'all like this. Good time sheet.
Now the man Moses was very meek.
Now the man Moses was very meek. You see what brought God towards Moses? Why did God choose Moses? Because he had a certain level of meekness in him. He had a level of meekness in him that we don't have today. Look, to tell you the truth, there will never be a man as meek as Moses.
No.
You can get close to him.
That's right.
You can get close. And that's the path. This is the path in the way that we need to be pursuing. You're not going to get to the level of meekness of Moses, but I'm going to get damn near close. I'm going to get close. Because by you pursuing meekness, you will submit yourself to God. Meekness. By you pursuing meekness, you will submit yourself to the will of God. Now, depending of how much laws you do, depending on what you change about your ways, will tell me your level of meekness. Because meek is to submit yourself to the will of God. Enduring with patience and without resentment. I say enduring with patience. It takes a person that is meek. Don't get angry too quick. He takes a lot. He takes a lot. He takes a lot, and he eat a lot and eat. You keep saying the same thing that irks this person's nerves. And you've been saying it all the time. Irking my nerves. But after 10 years of you irking my nerves, I finally exploded. But it took 10 years for me to explode. That's meekness. Which means God will put you in situations, in predicaments, to prove your meekness and your humility. Why do you think King David didn't do nothing to Shimei? King David was a meek man. He didn't have pride. He wasn't vain. And Shimei said things, but he said Abishai wanted to take his head off. And he cursed King David. But he said, nah, God must have pulled his tongue to say that. You see the mentality of the godly man? I say the mentality of the godly man, he will say that God pulled his son to say this to me so that I can reflect on myself. That was for me. I'm just showing you the ways of God, man. The ways of these men. Now we have to have wisdom when doing these things. This don't mean I have to turn my back. This don't mean I have to bend over. You're not going to continue to violate me and you expect me to accept it. That don't mean that. But we got to have wisdom. We gotta have wisdom to do these laws and to fulfill these ways and these customs that God accepts. Meek, enduring with patience and without resentment. What does humble mean? Not proud or haughty, not arrogant or assertive, having a low estimate of one's own importance. And when you have a low estimate of your own importance, You think very, you don't have self-esteem. You don't think too highly of yourself. Okay? Time sheet.
Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And the Lord
spake. You hear that? He said the man Moses was very meek. He was the meekest man that ever lived. That's right. There was no man as meek as Moses. There was no man that was meek like Moses. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses and unto Aaron and unto Miriam, come out, ye three. Come out, ye tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar.
He said, come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. Come out before God. Go ahead.
And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud.
And the Lord came down in the pillar of a cloud. That's the God we serve. That's why when Moses, he said, when I go to present myself to Pharaoh, and he asked me what's the name of your God? He said, what I'm going to tell them? That's why when brothers say the only way we can describe God or to have people know what God you're talking about is to use his name. False.
No. Right.
False.
No. Right.
No. That's what you say.
Because God has also attributes, other attributes that he used to describe himself by.
That's right.
So when Moses asked God, he said, tell him I am that I am.
Right.
I will be that I will be. I will become that which I choose to become. This is why when it says that pillar of cloud, his glory was in the cloud.
That's right.
Okay? Cloud mass of theophanic. Theophany is a visible manifestation to humankind of God. That's how you show himself. That's how you show himself. Another part of the book he said, my name is jealous. He said, the jealous God. And that, those are things,
Titles and attributes.
That's right, titles and attributes. Only possessors get jealous. Man get jealous, and God get jealous.
Right.
Why? Because we was the possession of God.
That's right.
Israel is the possession of God. Right. And when we turned our back on God and started serving gods of wood and stone, God got jealous. Right. And in his jealousy, he got angry. Right. I said, in God's jealousy, he got angry.
Yeah.
Tom Shee.
And stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. Verse 6. And he said, hear now my word.
Hear now my word.
If there be a prophet among you.
If there be a prophet among you.
I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him.
I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him.
In a vision.
In a vision.
And will speak unto him
and will speak to him in dreams.
My servant Moses is not so.
But this guy here.
Don't communicate with him.
I don't communicate, and I can't find myself communicating with this God like this. Go ahead.
Who is faithful in all mine house?
Faithful? What do you mean by faithful? The word faithful in the Hebrew is ne'eman. Ne'eman means faithful. It means established. It means steadfast. Okay, what is faithfulness? Faithful means allegiance to duty or person. Because I had allegiance to my duty, I could never stop doing certain things. Right. There is certain duties and certain obligations that I can't stop. That's when you stop doing these duties and obligations, you don't have faithfulness. You don't have no faithfulness in you. So your duty and your allegiance is to God and your parents. I said your duty and your allegiance is to God and your parents. I also have showed myself faithful if you have wife and children. It can be extended. Why? Because I continue to take care of the house. And I do the things that a husband or a father needs to do. So in return, because I was faithful to you, you must show your faithfulness towards the person that's showing you faithfulness. That's only just. If I'm doing A, B, C, and D, I'm looking for you to take care of D, E, F, and G. I don't want to be the only one doing. I don't want to be the only one breaking my back. That's only people that will recognize these things are people that have consideration.
Yeah.
In order to fulfill all these laws, it starts with consideration.
Right.
If you don't consider, you can't love.
Right.
If you don't consider, you cannot love.
That's right.
You can't love, man. You got to be able to consider in order to love.
That's right.
Faithful. Firm belief in God with no proof. I said firm belief in God where there is no proof.
Right.
That's called blind allegiance.
Blind allegiance.
You know who remind me of that? Abraham.
Abraham.
Father Abraham. God commanded him and told him, do this. He didn't ask God why. God didn't have to explain to him why. He just did it. I say he just did. Now, when you're seeking God, you should not be looking for explanations for every law that God commanded us to do and fulfill. Because some of these laws that I read about, there is no explanation. God just said, don't do it. And according to your belief that you have in God, you should stay away from it and not do it. Because in time of you fulfilling the commandments of God, then you will understand. God will cause you to understand. But before you God open your eyes and cause you to understand certain things, you have to fulfill it first.
Right.
You're doing it for the sole reason that God said to do it. That's it. That's enough for me. I don't need a reason why. God said don't do it, I ain't doing it.
That's right.
God said don't do that, I'm not violating.
Right.
It's not for me to question why, man. To establish means to receive permanent acceptance.
He's established with God.
Permanent acceptance. And Moses messed up. You could still mess up and still gain permanent acceptance of God.
That's right.
Huh? Because we're dealing with a God, a merciful and compassionate, and they consider his creation. We read about men that have messed up with God, but they still gain permanent acceptance from God. Recognition from God. You know what recognition is? When God recognizes you. Recognition is when God recognizes you.
Yeah.
And when God recognizes you, you have gained his attention. And how do we gain God's attention? See, all these answers and questions that I'm asking, the answers are in the book. You gain God's attention by doing better, by improving, by fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God, which is teiti. Teiti means to fulfill, to improve, to become better. And who God told that to?
Cain.
God told that to Cain. I said, God told that to Cain. Because Cain sent up a sacrifice, an offering to God, but God did not accept it. Why God didn't accept this offering is because he didn't accept Cain. If my parents don't accept me, God won't accept me.
That's right. Think about that.
That's right. Whoa.
Think about that one.
I said, if my father and my mother don't accept me, God will not accept me.
Oh, wow.
You can't think that you can gain acceptance from God if your parents don't accept you.
Can't go over there.
This is why when my parents was mad at me, he said, man, you better not leave.
That's right.
Don't leave that house. Before you leave that house, you better get in good grace with your parents.
That's right.
You don't leave the house when you are not in good favor with your mother and your father.
Don't leave the same room.
Because when you are not in good favor with your parents, what makes you think you're in good favor with God?
Woo.
What makes you think that? So guess what? When my parents is mad at me, I continue to knock on that door. I'm never going to stop knocking on that door. You know why? Because the laws of God says, the fifth commandment says, honor is due to your father and your mother. God has given the parents authority over the children. So when your father can do, and you ain't got no business getting angry and tight with your father and your mother, because God gave them the authority to do.
I'm a grown man.
You ain't never grown with God, with your parents. You ain't never grown with your parents.
Okay.
My mother can slap me right now for no reason.
That's right.
Wow! And I'm not going to get angry. All I'm going to do is hold my head.
That's right.
And I'm going to say, Ema, what I did.
That's right.
I said, what I did. Then she told me to shut up. I said, can't you, Mom?
That's right.
I ain't got nothing to say.
That's right.
Because that's the depths of honor.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God.
I'm not going to question my mom and after and say, well, I ain't doing nothing. Why you hit me? I ain't doing that. They got the authority to do so.
You always coming at me.
Let me give you an example, man. Let me give you an example of what honor is. I had a grandmother, my father's mother,
That's right.
right? And my great-grandmother, she was losing it. She was going into like dementia and stuff. She was going senile. So my grandmother went to my great-grandmother. She got and she picked up a pail, my father said, a pail that she used the bathroom, and threw it on my grandmother. You know what my grandmother did? She said, but Mama, that's all she said. Grandma left and went in the room, sat down and cried. My father said, yo, man, she sat down in the room like she's a little girl.
Yeah.
And my grandmother was a grown woman with children.
That's right. That's right.
That's why I have to repeat this, man. As the generation go on, it gets weaker. Children start demanding respect from their parents.
Switching it up, yeah.
Now everything is getting switched up. Children demand respect from their parents.
Oh,
Hey, listen, I tell all you children, go to hell. Go to hell. My father can't talk to me like that. My mother can't talk to me like that. My mother did this. My mother, man, go out of here. Get out of here, man.
I'm gonna put you in a place where somebody can.
Because the laws of God don't change.
Nah.
I said the laws and the commandments and the statutes of the living God don't change.
That's right. Roll on.
Established also means set up on a firm basis. You know what a firm basis is?
It ain't going nowhere.
A firm basis, you ain't gonna rock it. It ain't moving. It's unmovable. It don't waver. It don't fluctuate. It don't shift back and forth because you were set up on a firm basis. Moses had good in him from a baby. His mother looked at him. She said, man, I perceive that this is a goodly child. The mother was able to see the good in her own son as a baby. She didn't have to wait until the child grew up. She was able to perceive and say, nah, this child got good in him. Which means what? The good that was in Moses was the same good that was in Jeroboam's son, which is the determination to serve God. Now, this guy here gonna serve God, man. I said, yeah, this dude here gonna serve God. They looking, they're able to see the good in the child, man. That's the sight that God gave to mothers and fathers. Automatically. Trusty, having served for a long time and regarded as reliable. You hear the definition of what is faithful? Faithfulness is being trusty. Trusty. Okay? So let's get into this now. Trusty means having served for a long period of time. And because you have endured in these laws, commandments, and statutes for many years, now you can regard, now you could be regarded, now you can be relied on, because I proved myself with God first. You can't prove yourself in a year. 2 years. You need some time in.
Right.
You got to put time in and fulfilling these laws, commandments. You got to know, because you've been shifting with God for many years. You've been in and out with God for many years. For most of your cotton picking life, you've been in and out with God. Now you see me, now you don't. Now I'm here, now I'm not here. In returning to God, you must seek him 10 times stronger. God deals with time.
Right.
I said God deals with time. Now you have to prove yourself that you ain't gonna continue to be fluctuating and going back and forth with God. At any given time when I don't feel good, I'm sitting home. I ain't going nowhere. I feel like sitting home. But these are the feelings that you have to fight. Because God commanded us to have a holy convocation. But we sit home. Time sheet.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 8. With him will I speak mouth to mouth.
Okay. Moses was a steadfast man. Moses was steadfast with God. You know what steadfast means? He was determined. Moses has determination to serve God. He was determined to serve God.
Yeah.
Conscientiously, obediently, fulfilling his duty. He was firm and unwavering. Let's read.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth.
He said, with him, with this guy here, I speak face to face. With Moses, I speak mouth to mouth, Tamshi.
Even apparently. And not in dark speeches. And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
And the similitude of God did he. What verse is that?
That's verse 8.
Wait a minute. He said, the similitude of God did he behold. Now, what is the word for similitude? The Hebrew word for similitude is temunah. The image of God he beheld. What is he talking about? When did Moses behold the image of God? When? But it ain't talking about image. Don't listen, man. When God took Moses asked God first. He said, how can I be sure that your glory is going to come before us? Please show me something. He said, okay. He said, I'm going to show you. He said, okay, look at here. God took him in the vehemency of the spirit and placed him in the cleft of the rock. Moved his hand. God showed him his back parts. Huh? I said, God showed him his back parts. So explain that then. Oh, when it says his back part, it means that he showed him the past, present, and future. It don't say that. The Hebrew word for back, it means back.
He actually saw God's back.
He actually saw God's back. But he's a God, so he can choose whatever form he chooses. That's why he's a God. That's why he can make himself visible. That's why he can come and appear to you in a cloud. That's why he can make himself so small and sit in that mercy seat that's in the holies of holies. That's why he commanded Aaron and said, before you come into the holies of holies, make a smoke. Make a thick smoke. Because if you come up in the holies of holies without making that smoke and you see me, I'm going to kill you. He said, I'm going to kill you. Huh? Tom sheep.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently and not in dark speeches, and the similitude of the Lord shall ye behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
He said, you wasn't afraid to speak against my servant Moses? Just how I deal with him. You should have been afraid to say anything negative about my servant because of how I deal with him, and I don't deal with you that way. Huh? Tom sheep.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And
Miriam
Aaron
became leprous, white as snow.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
Aaron looked, next thing she leprous. Just like that. See, these people was chosen by God, was elected and chosen by God. So when they violated the commandment of God or did something that God did not agree with, punishment came immediately. Fasting comes with correction. I said fasting. When you fast and you afflict your soul, it comes with correction, your violation. If your violation is not corrected, then the fasting don't mean nothing. That's right. I said the fasting don't mean nothing. All you doing is going hungry, brother. Keep starving yourself. Yeah, the fast don't mean nothing. When you go to make correction, the correction ain't one time. This is a constant correction. Learn the ways of God by reading the book. King David always corrected himself, and he stayed with a guilty conscience because of the violation that he did before God. He didn't forget that. Because of his violation concerning Uriah the Hittite. concerning the matter of Uriah the Hittite. He remained guilty before God, and he stayed corrected. You can't correct one time. We are a presumptuous people. And because we are a presumptuous people, we have to continue to be in repentance. We should be in repentant mode constantly. You see what Absalom did? You see what Absalom did? And what Absalom did should be an example for us, for me, for all Israel, concerning your mother and your father. Absalom, see, this book shows us the way. But God got to open your eyes to the way, to see and to perceive the way, to gain in his attention, to really get it. Because you could read it and don't see it. Why? Because your ways stink before God. So God ain't going to open your eyes to show you how to deliver yourself, because your ways stink before God. You have to clean your ways up, man. So King David told Absalom to go to Geshur. He don't want to see his face. I don't want to see your face no more, Absalom. And he sent him to Geshur. He stayed there for how long? 2 years. Without seeing his father's face. That is an uncomfortable predicament. I said, that's an uncomfortable predicament. And that's not an uncomfortable predicament for everybody. Everybody don't get uncomfortable behind that. Only the godly, it bothers. Only the pious ones, it bothers. Only the righteous, it bothers. So he stayed away from his parents for 2 years. At the end of the 2 years, he went to go see his father. But he respect protocol.
He knows.
He respect protocol, which means he didn't tell himself that this is my father and I don't have to go through nobody to go see my father. Learn the ways of God. Protocol. You can't do the laws of God without protocol. There is always somebody that is above you. And if you can't accept that, you can't serve God. So before he walked in to see his father, who he calls? Joab. Because before you see the king's face, you have to go through the general. Long story short, he went through the general, calling Joab. Joab didn't pop out. Why? Why Joab didn't pop out? Because King David didn't want nothing to do with him. So therefore, because your father don't want nothing to do with you, I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm under your father. So the only way that he could have got Joab out, he burnt his field. Brought him out. I said, yo, man, I want to see my father's face. When he finally seen his father's face, King David hugged him. He was happy to see him. Yeah, in my anger, I said, man, get away from me. But I don't want you to get away from me. Because I love you, son. But I want you, the reason why King David said that to him, because I need you to recognize your fault. What you did. I don't like what you did. Your father, your mother is showing you what you did, but you not recognizing it.
Okay.
So now I have to go to my mother and say, Mama, Mama don't want to hear nothing else.
You ain't gonna hear that.
Papa don't want to hear nothing else. I need you to acknowledge, son. I need you to acknowledge, daughter. Acknowledge your fault. Acknowledge your violation before your parents. And you go humbly. There's no talking nothing now with your mother.
Okay.
I don't got nothing to say. My mother ain't wrong. I'm wrong.
Okay.
My father ain't wrong. I'm wrong.
That's a man.
Right.
That's a man.
So I got to go humble myself to my mother and my father.
That's a man.
And I got to go to my mother and my father. Acknowledge my fault. Mama, I know I did this, and this. And you didn't like it, Ima. Ima, you ain't like it. And I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. And as long as it takes for me to be in repentance or to gain your forgiveness, I will continue to remain on my face.
Okay. Teach them.
That's how you break your pride.
But we want the parents to do that. We want to break our parents. We want to break our mother and our father.
Some parents ain't having that.
I'm not having it neither.
You're going to have a problem.
And I don't expect my mother and my father to accept that.
No.
Why? Because the book is here for an example. These men that we read about are examples, and it shows us how to get back in favor of your parents and God. So if I'm not in good favor with my parents, then I'm not in good favor with God. Get those thoughts out of your mind. Like you're getting closer. All God is going to do is lead you astray. He's going to bug you out and make you think you're doing something right. Make you feel like you're doing something right. And you're going to believe it. But little do you know that God is leading you astray because you are not in good standards with the one that God told you to be in good standards with.
Right, he commanded you.
You cannot seek God before seeking your parents.
That's your test right there, your parents. That's right.
Let's read.
And Aaron and Moses. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly.
Moses was a heavy. Moses was a heavy with God, man. I said Moses was a heavy with God. He said, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us. You hear what he said? He said, lay not the sin upon us. Moses didn't sin. Moses didn't say what Aaron and Miriam said, but he included himself. Notice that all the godly men included themselves. They never secluded or excluded themselves. Ezra included himself because that was the godly trait from man. Even though the angel told Ezra, he said, don't include yourself.
Yeah, the angel.
Yeah, he told him that. The angel had to tell him that. But guess what? After the angel told him that, you think Ezra stopped? Ezra continued in that same mode with God. He continued in that same mode. Now you have to know what you include yourself in. Again, you have to have wisdom of what to exclude yourself and what to include yourself in. You know why? Because Nehemiah didn't include himself. And have you read Nehemiah 13? No. You have to have wisdom when performing the laws and the commandments of God. You have to know when to include yourself and when to exclude yourself. So when all these ungodly atrocities was going on the Lord's Sabbath day, Nehemiah turned to God. He said, oh, Lord God, I wasn't here. He didn't say we have violated your command,
No.
your Shabbat. Oh no!
No.
I'm not putting myself in that.
Right.
I have to exclude myself in that.
Right.
Again, you must have wisdom in performing the laws of God. You have to know what to include yourself into and what to exclude yourself out of. Wisdom will tell you. You ain't gonna know that without God showing you.
That's how you're gonna know. That's how they knew.
You ain't gonna know that without God showing you, man. And this is how they knew
That's how they knew.
what to include themselves and when to exclude themselves.
When you speak up, when you be quiet.
That's right. They knew that, man. And you can also learn that by reading the book.
You can get it too.
You got to read the book and pray that God open your eyes when you read. Time sheet.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned.
Lay not thy sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, wherein we have sinned. Acknowledgement. I said we have to learn to acknowledge before God that we have violated his laws. And when you acknowledge, there's repentance that comes after that. There's repentance that comes after that, man. And when you repent, you have to do better. You got to do better. You got to change. Because, let's read.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 12. Let her not be as one dead.
Let her not be as one dead.
Of whom the flesh is half consumed.
Of whom the flesh is half consumed.
When he cometh out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried unto the Lord.
Wait. Have you ever saw a baby born?
Yeah.
When the baby is born, the baby is born pale.
Very pale.
Very pale. There's no circulation, really too much going on. He's crying. The baby's born pale. That was the complexion that Miriam had. She was white. White. She was white. Which means what? That wasn't her natural complexion.
No. It was a dark skin complexion.
Go ahead.
And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God.
Heal her now, O God.
I beseech thee.
I beseech thee.
And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut up out of the camp.
Let her be shut out of the camp 7 days.
And after that, let her be received in again.
And after that, let her be received in again.
And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days. And the people journeyed not till Miriam was, brought in again. And afterward, the people removed.
Go to Exodus 20. And afterwards, the people removed from Hazeroth and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. We're going into Exodus chapter 20. The nation didn't move.
No.
They had to wait until Miriam get healed. Okay?
Right.
Let's go to Exodus chapter 20.
Exodus chapter 20.
Let's go into the law.
And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy
Which
God,
have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
which have brought thee out the land of Egypt. At this point in time, the nation of Israel didn't know God. They wasn't introduced to God. They don't know God because they spent 430 years in Egypt serving the gods of the Egyptians. Serving their gods, took on their ways, their characteristics. And they haven't, and when they left Egypt, they didn't let it go. They didn't let go of their past. When you come to serve God, we have to learn to let go of our past. Let go of everything that I was taught before I came towards this place. Before God revealed to me who he was. Okay, let's read.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Huh? That's the first commandment. Okay?
Oh, boy.
The word other is aher, akare, or aher, that means to go after. Now, there's many ways to go after other gods. There's many ways to go after other gods. The word go after, it means to be subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same views of. To have the same views of means you think the same. And if I think like them, I'm going to do just like them. This is why before I change, I have to change my thinking pattern. Changes begin from within. I said the changes comes and begins from within. You have to change inside out. Okay? But sad to say, the changes that comes outside comes first. Yeah, you're going to put on turbans and garments and fringes, but your thinking pattern is still the same. I say your thinking pattern is still the same. Yeah, I put on long dresses. I got my garment on. I got turban on. And I'm looking like a daughter of Zion, but I think like pagans. But I think like Americans. How can I tell that you think like Americans? According to what you agree with. According to how and what you agree with. According to what you don't accept. According to what you accept. That the godly man and the godly woman don't accept. That the godly man and the godly woman accept it. And this is how you can tell that you're godly. When you are able to accept the things that these men and women accepted. Because what you accept tells me your thinking pattern. What you agree with tells me your thinking pattern. The other definition means to go after, right? It means to resemble. To resemble means to be like. To resemble means to be like them. I'm not the same. You can't be the same. I have to show my difference, the difference between me and them, by not being the same like them, or looking like them, or being similar like them. Now, what did it mean to be like? To be like means to feel attraction towards. What attracts you? What attracts them cannot attract you. What they like, you shouldn't be liking. What they accept, you shouldn't accept. Okay? What they take pleasure in, what's their enjoyment, you can't enjoy it. You cannot take pleasure in it. This is why our celebrations was different. Our celebrations was different. The way we mourn was different. The way we dress was different. The way we eat was different. Everything we did was different than the neighboring nations that was round about us. All right? To regard means to approve. To regard means to approve. To regard means a feeling of respect or affection for. Okay? You can't regard everything. You have to regard what God regards. You have to accept and feel respect and affection for what God feels affection for. To agree means you accept. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions. That is against God. We have to watch who we accept. We have to watch who we take in and who we accept, because we are accepting people that's against your God. When you agree with a person, you are in agreement with his opinion, with his feelings, and purpose. Time sheet. So, hold up 1 second. Now, to be similar, it means having common characteristics. Your characteristics goes into mental and ethical traits. Okay? Ethical traits are attributes that defines the personality of someone who always follows strict moral principles. This is why people hear this and run. Because to follow God, there's a lot of rules. There's a lot of strict rules that you can't do. That you have to pull away from. Things that you like to do. You have learned that it's ungodly and you have to train yourself to dislike it. I heard a man say, he said, man, my spirit still loves it. So because my spirit still loves it, I stay away from it. Because I ain't ready to go around this thing here or go around that. Because I'm not strong enough to reject it. I said, I'm not strong enough to reject it. So because my spirit still clings to it. We got to be truthful with ourselves in order to fight the faults that's in us. You can only fight the negative and the faults that's in you if you are aware, if you are able to recognize these faults that's in you. Where we at?
Dig deep. Exodus chapter 20, verse 4.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. The word for graven image is a fesel. Right?
Right.
A fesel is an idol. And an idol, the definition of idol is a false god.
Right.
The definition of an idol is a likeness of something, a form or appearance visible without substance, without life. And it coincides with the law. Okay? Now, a graven image. Let me explain what a graven image is.
Run it down.
Graven image also refers to cult image. Right? Cult image. A human-made object that is worshipped for the deity or spirits that it embodies or represents. Okay? Cult image started in Mesopotamia, dated back to early dynastic times. Egyptian cult image date back to pre-dynastic times, late 4th millennium. Okay? He said, go ahead, read now.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness of anything.
Or any likeness. The word for likeness is temuna. Now we have different words in Hebrew for likeness. We have temuna. We have zalem. We have tabnit. But I also read in Numbers where God said to destroy all their pictures. I said I also read in Numbers where God said when you're going through these places, he said destroy all their pictures. He didn't say there was pictures dedicated to idols.
No.
He didn't say it was pictures dedicated to their gods. God just commanded them and said, when you're going through these places, destroy all their pictures. And the Hebrew word that was used for pictures is temuna.
We know what temuna is. Hebrew scholars step up. You know what temuna means.
See, I'm not going to add on. I'm not going to add on. And I'm not going to take away. Because I want to be able to keep my pictures in my house, in my living room.
You are attached.
Micah had a house of gods.
Yes.
What made Micah's house a house of God? House of gods, house of idols. Because the mother hired someone to make an image. An image.
An image and an idol.
And an idol.
It's an image and an idol to serve the Lord.
To serve the Lord. And then they came up with their own priests.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you could tell me I'm adding on, man. And there's no Moses here. And ain't nobody here inspired with the wisdom of Moses to explain this. There is nobody here with the wisdom of Moses to explain this. So I'm going to read this, and I'm going to go into the word. And whatever the word says, I'm going to do it. You know why? I can't take chances with myself.
No.
I can't take chances with my life concerning the laws and the commandments of God. So therefore, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I want to be sure when I'm dealing with God. You can't tell me you're sure because you don't have the wisdom of Moses. You don't have the wisdom and the inspiration of these godly men to explain this. That's why God gave us a book. And according to your determination towards God is how God gonna deal with you. Now, how do you show your determination for God?
Oh, your ferventness, huh?
Your ferventness. Number one, you gotta stop sinning presumptuously.
That's right.
You gotta stop sinning presumptuously. Let's read.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything, that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth
that is in
beneath,
the earth beneath,
that is in the water under
that
the
is in the
earth.
water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to
Thou
them,
shalt not
nor
bow
serve
down
them.
thyself to them, nor serve them. The word for bow down is tishtakawe. Tishtakawe means to prostrate. It means to worship. Worship, when I looked up the definition of worship, you know how far that word took me? Worship is an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God so much that you don't question what you read. That's how devoted a person, that's how devoted Abraham was with God. Abraham ain't questioning God. God told him to go kill his son. He ain't questioning it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He didn't question it. The book didn't say that Abraham fell away, so I can't say that. It says that he did love his son. God said he loved his son. And God recognized and realized that he loved his son. But what I get from that is that Abraham loved God more. That's why he didn't feel no way. Abraham loved God more. So when God asked him to go kill his son, which was only a test, he said, no problem, Lord. You, and you stay here. He said, me and the lad gonna go worship. Abraham was at the highest level with dealing with God. And he didn't get too attached to nothing that he needed to separate from. I said he didn't get too attached. And even if it meant his own son that he had to separate from. When it was dealing with God. That's why he took his son, bound him, and the respect and honor that Isaac had for the son, for his father. I said the respect and honor that Isaac had for his father was at his heights. Our forefathers showed us the heights of honor. And this is why I said that my mother and my father could smack me upside my head. And I ain't do nothing. But they got the props. They got the authority to do that.
That's right. That's correct.
Smack me right upside my head. You know why? Abraham had the authority. Abraham took Isaac and he was going to kill his own son. And his son didn't ask Abraham, what you doing, Abba? What you doing, Father? Why are you doing this to me, Father? He shut his mouth. He said, this is what God Abraham's said. Will and desire was his son's will.
Oh, boy. That's right.
So By Isaac recognizing that, he was able to accept whatever his father decided to do with him. You learn honor by reading the book. Gotta break that pride, man. Gotta break that pride. We have heathenistic mentality. I said we have a heathenistic mentality where we feel that our parents owe you respect, owes the child respect. And then we listen to outsiders. The people that we listen to don't serve your God, but you're listening to them. Choose your counselors, man. Choose the people that you go to for counsel and guidance and information. Because the people that you go to for counsel and information don't serve the same God you serve. So they're gonna counsel you. They're gonna give you ungodly counsel. He said, "Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them." What was the job of the maidservants and the menservants? The job of the maidservants and the menservants was to serve their master. So the job of the maidservants and the menservants was to serve their master. Then why do you allow people to serve you?
Good question, Chief Sharma. Good question.
This is why I don't allow nobody to serve me. You can't bring me no water. You can't bring me my food. You can't bring me no juice. The only ones that I can command and tell them to do or do this or don't do is my son. And God ain't going to look at that as work. Why? Because God has confirmed the authority of the parents over the children. So God don't look at that as no violation. I can tell my son right now, yo, go in there and get this for me and bring it. I can tell my wife, go in there and do this for me and bring it to me.
That's right.
And God ain't going to charge them with no violation. Why? Because God has given the authority of the husband, of the Lord of the house, over everything that's under the same roof.
He's exempt from certain things.
Time sheet.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
Wait a minute. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. The word jealous means intolerant of unfaithfulness. Intolerant means God will not accept behavior and opinions and your ways that are different from his. God will not accept behavior and opinions and ways that are different from God's ways, that are different from the way God thinks. Wait a minute, man. We getting this, man?
Oh, yeah.
Our opinions has to correlate with what God says.
Better match.
Our opinions got to match with what we read here in the book. Our ways got to match with the godly men that we read about in this book, man. And if it's not matching, God's not going to accept you this way. It's not going to accept you. Now, intolerant of unfaithfulness. That's the definition of jealous. Intolerant of unfaithfulness. The Most High demands from those whom he loved and redeemed out of Egypt utter and absolute loyalty, and will vindicate his claim by stern actions against them.
Stern actions against
them. Stern actions against them if they betray God by going against his laws. That's what shows unfaithfulness. I said that is what shows unfaithfulness. Time sheet.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
Uh-oh.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
For quite our own. visiting the iniquities of the fathers, remembering the iniquities of the fathers, commanding the sins, the iniquities of the fathers, upon the sons,
children, to the third and fourth generation
of
them that hate
me. Let's on 9, of my enemies. Go ahead.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Godly trait. Mercy is a godly trait. Mercy is a righteous trait. What is the definition of mercy? Mercy is the compassion and forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day.
Wait, hold up. Go back. Verse 6.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
That love me and keep my commandments. So love is action. You can't tell me you love me if you're not showing me you love me. So let's go into that word love, because the book shows us and tells us the meaning of words by reading. I have read in the book where God said, love your neighbor like you love yourself. And how do you show your neighbor that you love him like you love yourself? By chastisement, by rebuking, by showing your neighbor that you are going wrong before God. You are violating the commandments of God. That's when you are showing love towards your neighbor.
That's how you show love.
Okay, so now love is affection based on admiration, benevolence, and common interests. Benevolence is a disposition to do good. Now, what do you mean by disposition? Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views the world and everything else in life. Your character is determined by your inner moral values. Okay? What kind of values you have in you. The values that you have in you is what, how do I put this? Man. Inner moral values. Right? So your inner moral values will depend whether you're worthless or not. If you have any worth in you, moral values. When you don't have moral values, you are worthless. You're worthless. Okay, we're going to get into that later. Okay? Your inner moral values goes according to what you believe. Okay? That you use to analyze your opinions. So now, my inner moral values has to correlate with what God says. So if my inner moral values correlate with what God says, then I will analyze my thoughts and my opinions according to what God says. I will analyze the situation according to what God says and thoughts. Then decide what's the right or appropriate way, your personality, right and appropriate way. Your personality reflects who you are as an individual. How you think tells me who you are. I said, how you think reveals to me and tells me how you are as a person. Time sheet.
Verse 7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. To take God's name in vain, they didn't even use that name. They didn't even use that name.
That's what God said.
And in Amos 6, it says, hold thy tongue, for we should not make mention of the name of God. But the brother said, we have to read the whole chapter to get the meaning. What meaning?
So tell me what you
he stopped them in the middle of his conversation before he mentioned it, and he said, wait, stop. Don't make mention of the name of God.
Okay, there is a name we cannot mention.
So there is a name that we should not be mentioning.
Stop being stubborn.
That's right.
Stop being stubborn.
But we are highly stubborn. We are a highly stubborn people. And that's the problem. He said, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. You will not be without guilt. You won't be innocent. You won't be whole. You won't be complete. Go ahead.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Be mindful of the Sabbath day to keep it holy. But the book tells us how to keep the day holy. How to keep this day set apart or separated. There are things that we should not be doing on God's holy day.
Right.
There are things that we should not be doing on God's holy day. Number one, we should not be talking our own words. We can't talk our own words. We shouldn't be using brooms and mops on God's day. Because I read in Exodus where it says that a man got caught for gathering sticks. And because he got caught gathering sticks, they took him and put him in jail. They put him in ward. They put him in custody to find out the mind of God. What does God think about this? So therefore, I don't gather nothing on God's day because the action of gathering is work. Concerning the manna, where it says, prepare that which you prepare on the 6th day. The word for prepare is hekenu. You have to make sure the preparation, the arranging is all done before the Shabbat. All that is work. Then I read in another book where it says, you should not carry a burden out of your house. Huh? Tamshi.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
Read that over again.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Huh? Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Go ahead.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work.
How do we show God that we love God? By obedience. By obeying his commandments. That's the only way we can show that we love God.
That's right.
You must obey the commandment and the laws of God. There's nothing else to do. How do children show that they love their parents? You have to obey the words of what your parents say. How do your wife show that she loves her husband? You obey and hearken. You obey obedience and obey your husband. But when you do opposite, it denotes hatred. When I don't obey God, you don't love God. When I go against his laws, I hate and despise God. See, the book shows us the definition of words.
Yep.
Okay? Tamshi.
Verse 10. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. So people say, when you go by the seventh day, by the Gregorian calendar, that's not the real seventh day.
There we go.
The seventh day is on Wednesday. Well, we don't observe, but the seventh day could be on two. Listen, this is what God gave me. And I'm going to count the first, second, and whatever day ends up on the seventh day. That's when I'm observing the day. That's it. But the reason why God is confusing you is because the works of your own hands. There's something that we are doing in our lives that's causing God to put confusion in you. Tamshi.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work.
But the seventh day is what?
Is the Sabbath of the
the
Lord
Sabbath
thy God.
To the Lord thy God. In it
thou shalt not do any
thou
work.
shalt not do any work.
Thou.
Nor
thy son.
Nor thy son.
Nor thy daughter.
Nor your daughter.
Thy manservant.
Thy manservant.
Nor thy maidservant.
Nor thy maidservant.
Nor thy cattle.
Nor thy cattle.
Nor thy strangers that is within thy gates.
You mean to tell me they didn't travel?
No.
They didn't ride their horses?
No.
Why? Because God said even the cattle got to rest.
Everything got to rest.
Everything must rest.
Yeah, but they don't go to work.
And if you ride on your horses is not resting.
No, right.
Everything that I own must rest. Go ahead.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst, and rested the seventh day.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. That's all. It took God 6 days to create everything that was in the earth. Where God could have created and did everything with a snap of a finger.
1 second.
In 1 second.
Yeah.
But the Creator do things in time and in space to give us an example of how to do things. Nothing happened overnight. I said nothing happened overnight. You're not going to be righteous before God overnight. This takes time and work on oneself. You have to continue to work on yourself. It's a lifetime job. Tamshi.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. The only day that God blessed. The only day that God separated. The only day that God sanctified and separated was this day, the seventh day. Go ahead.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Uh-huh.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth.
Okay. Honor thy father and thy mother. The word honor, it also means to glorify. Okay? So when you glorify your mother and your father, you uplift them and talk good about them.
That's right.
All the time.
All the time. To honor means to live up to or fulfill the terms or condition of. So if I'm not fulfilling the terms and the condition that my parents expects of me, that's dishonor. That's dishonor. Tamshi.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Lo tirzak. You can't take a life that's not justifiable by the laws of God. Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Read.
Thou shalt not.
Now, adultery, lo tin af. Adultery is not the same for man and woman.
That's right.
It's different.
That's right.
And we have to train ourselves to accept that, because the book shows us the meaning and the definition of words.
Yeah.
So adultery for a man is different from adultery for a woman. Adultery for a man is when he has sex with a married woman. The woman has to be married for the man to commit an adulterous act. Okay? The woman cannot have sex with no man that's not her husband. She can't go outside of that. Because God already gave man the God-given right to have as many wives as he can take care of. I have to be able to take care of this woman, of two women, of three women, if you desire to have 2 and 3 women.
That's right.
Okay?
We'll make the wives take care of each other.
Now, the example, God didn't give us a reason why. You just said it. But then later on, as time go on, scientists has found that a woman that was promiscuous, that was sleeping around with many men, that the scientists has did an autopsy on the body of a woman, and they found men's DNA in her of all the men that she slept with. Traces of DNA. Because when you have sex with different men, it counteracts the hormone that a woman releases called oxytocin, which causes her to pair bond, which causes her to bond with the man that she's with.
Uh-oh.
It's a chemical, it causes a chemical imbalance. It's chemicals. It causes a chemical imbalance. You've been sleeping and having sex with one guy for 10, 20 years. Now you break up and you get with another man, your body got to get adjusted to this man. And then after but so many years of switching from men to men to men to men to men to men, you get you start judging the new guy with your past. You start comparing them to certain things to men of your past life. So now you're not able to trust. Now you're not able to let your wall down. Now you're not able to be the woman that you need to be for this godly man that you met.
You're too worried about other
Because you're worried about frivolous things that you don't need to be worried about. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not steal.
Lo tigno. Tigno means to steal, rob, or deceive. Okay? Now, when you steal, you are not considering. You have no consideration. This is why we steal. I said, this is why we steal and we do the things that we do, because we don't consider. All you do is consider yourself. I need it. So therefore, I'm going to take it from you. I'm going to steal it from you, and I'm going to do whatever I need to do to get this. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Huh? Lo ta'aneh bere'aka el shakwe. You should not answer. Huh? You should not answer being a false witness, being a lying witness. You don't know what happened. You don't know what took place. You wasn't there. You didn't see what happened. So why you have so much to say about a situation that you was not present at? This is why when we're dealing and judging matters, and you can't join sides. See, the laws of God don't have friends. Okay? Not because he's your son, not because she's your daughter. Means you have to join their side. You have to be able to be on God's side and condemn the ungodly. If you are ungodly and you have done wrong, whether it's your son or your daughter, your cousin, your brother, you got to condemn that person. Tom, see?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. To covet means to desire. You want what's not yours. You desire what don't belong to you. Tom, see?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor.
Okay, let's cut that. And let's go into 1 Samuel chapter 18. 1 Samuel chapter 18. Nice.
And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David.
Okay,
Jonathan,
all right. Now let's get into the depths of this here. It said, and it came to pass that what? 1 Samuel chapter 18. Tom sheet.
And it came to pass when he had made an end of speaking
and it
with
came
Saul,
to pass that when he had made an end of speaking to Saul,
that the soul of Jonathan,
was knit
with the soul of
with
David.
the soul of King David.
And Jonathan,
now, the soul of Jonathan was knit to the soul of King David, which means they was binded together. King David loved Jonathan with the same love that he loved himself. Now, let's get a little deeper in this. King David's soul was knit to Jonathan, right? When your soul is knit to a person, they had a common cause towards God. They had something in common. What caused them to be knit together? What caused that binding? Okay? They had a common commitment towards God, which caused them to be so binded together and intertwined. Because they committed themselves by the same commitment towards God. Tom sheet.
And Saul took him that day and would let him go no more home to his father's house. And Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul.
As his own soul.
Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him and gave it to David, and his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. And David went out whithersoever Saul sent him, and behaved himself wisely.
David went out whithersoever Saul sent him, and he behaved himself wisely. To behave wisely, it's the Hebrew word for that is yaskil. It means to act circumspectly or prudently. To act circumspectly means careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences, which means before I do or say anything, I will consider the circumstances and I will consider the consequences that's going to come from the outcome. Which means I got to seek out the whole matter before I say or do something, because I don't want to trigger nothing off by what I did or what I was saying. Okay? Act prudently means capable of exercising sound judgment in practical matters, especially when concerning one's own interests. When it's concerning you, that's when you know how far this guy, how much godliness this person have in them. The same situation is concerning you. It also means to behave wisely when you act and conduct yourself in a specified way, especially towards others. It means that you further engage wisdom to determine how you should act or conduct yourself when dealing with all manners of people. So when you're dealing with different people, you have to know how to move. You got to know how to conduct yourself when dealing with different people, because you had different people that don't have the same mindset as you. So I have to know what to say, what not to say. I have to know, and I have to be aware of those things. How to communicate, how to move, how to act. Because guess what? I am considering of how and what, or I'm considering of how this person is going to take it if I move in such a way. Tom sheet.
And Saul set him over the men of war. And he was accepted in the sight of all the people.
King David was accepted in all the sight of the people because he was accepted of God. When you are accepted of God, you are accepted from everybody. Psalm sheet.
And he was accepted in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of Saul's servants. And it came to pass as they came, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, that the woman came out of all cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. And the women answered one another as they played and said,
what they said?
Saul had slain his
Saul
thousands.
had slain his thousands.
And David his 10,000.
And David his 10,000.
And Saul was very wroth.
Saul was tight.
And the same displeased
because
him.
they are ascribing David 10,000, but I'm the king. All right, go ahead. But King David, Saul has realized already that you have fell from grace from God also. So the favor is going to switch. God going to switch the favor and turn it to the man whom he had chosen. But Saul wasn't a deadhead.
No.
Saul wasn't a deadhead. I mean, yes, Saul wasn't a deadhead. He realized and he recognized because God told him. And he peeped it, that God was with King David. Go ahead.
And Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him. And he said, they have ascribed unto David 10,000. And to me, they have ascribed but thousands. And what can he have more but the kingdom? And Saul eyed David from that day and forward.
In the Hebrew, it says Saul has eyed David from that day forward. Right? Wayihi Shaul Aon et David. And Saul had the evil eye. Ha'on means to sin. And Saul has sinned against David. And that's the evil eye. When you have evil in your heart for people that have done you no wrong. That's deep. You know why? Because we already describe people without even knowing them.
Right.
We already put a hang up on people and you don't even know the person. They're the same like this one. You don't even know the person. They're the same. They this, they that. You don't even know the person. You know, guess what? That's evil that you have in you that needs to change within you. You cannot come up with an assumption about a person that you don't know. How you know I'm the same like him? Do you know me? How you know she's the same like her? Do you know her? Before you start voicing these atrocities, you got to know the person first to make your decision or to say certain things about a person. But this is the ungodliness of man. This is the ungodliness of man and woman, where we make assumptions about people that you don't even know. Evil and ungodly judgment. But you're pursuing godliness. Have you turned towards God and asked God for forgiveness for that?
Yeah.
That's what we got to do. Seek out your faults before God and turn towards God and ask for forgiveness for these things that you have done. And this is what's supposed to go on for the rest of your life. This is why we have to constantly be in repent mode. I
constantly because we have violated these laws. And guess what? We violate the law, not knowing sometimes that not knowing that you violated the law.
You think you're doing the right thing.
You think you're doing the right thing. You think you're saying the way. But the good in you, the natural good in you, is not going to allow you to make assumptions.
That's right.
To make assumptions if you have any good in you. And you have to dig yourself and be truthful with yourself. Have you done this? I always try to seek out who the person is before I put a hang up on them. I gotta know the person first to see how the person is, who the person is, what's his or her objective, their goal. Because the only one that can do that is God. Because God can see inside of you. And he can determine and say, well, nah, this guy ain't no good for you. Or she ain't no good in you. But you don't have the keen insight that God has. God got the keen insight where he's able to penetrate and go deeper than the flesh to see who you are as a person. Let's read.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul.
An evil spirit from God came upon Saul. But the only thing that can drove that evil spirit away was when King David played the harp. But the good thing about King Saul was that he was able to detect when the evil spirit was upon him. We have hell being able to detect when the evil spirit is upon us. We could be sitting down in teachings right now with the evil spirit upon us. Better recognize, man, I could be standing here reiterating the word of God with the evil spirit upon me. Yeah. So that should tell you right there how much work we need to do with ourselves. And I could be fulfilling the laws of God with the evil spirit upon you.
Evil spirit.
King Saul had the evil spirit upon him, but he stopped the people from eating with the blood.
Okay, now.
So you think you better than King Saul? No, you're not. King David, when God commanded Samuel to anoint King David, it says from that day forward, the Spirit of the Lord rested upon King David. It never left. So with that being said, when King David did what he did in the matter of Uriah the Hittite, the Spirit of God still rested upon him. I can't explain that. I just got to go by what the book says. It never said that the Spirit of God departed from King David. It never left. But we so far away from God that we can't perceive it. From whence cometh the evil spirit? We can't perceive it. We so far away. The insight and the abilities that our forefathers had, we lost it. We lost it. Because they was able to detect what you can't detect. Tom sheet.
And he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand as at other times. And there was a javelin in Saul's hand. Verse 11. And Saul cast the javelin, for he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it. David avoided out of his presence twice. And Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him and was departed from Saul.
He says Saul was afraid of King David. He was afraid of him. Why? Because he realized that God was with him. He realized that God was with King David. Okay, go ahead.
And was departed from Saul.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, Saul removed him from him and made him his captain over 1,000.
Uh-huh.
And he went out and came in before the people.
Uh-huh.
And David behaved himself wisely in all his ways.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord was with him.
David behaved himself wisely concerning every situation. When it says behaved himself wisely in all his ways, in every situation that transpired, David behaved himself wisely. I said, in every situation that occurred, he behaved himself and he moved. He knew how to move. Time sheet.
Wherefore, when Saul saw that he behaved himself very wisely, he was afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
But all Israel and Judah loved David because
Mm-hmm.
he went out and then came in before them.
Mm-hmm.
And Saul said to David, Behold, my elder daughter Medab, her will I give thee to wife.
Mm-hmm.
Only be thou valiant for me and fight the Lord's battles.
Uh-oh.
But Saul said, Let not mine hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistine be upon him.
So let's cut that. Let's go into Psalms 51. Let's go into a little Psalms. Psalms chapter 51. Got it? When you get
Psalms
it,
chapter
read it.
51.
Uh-huh.
Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness.
Have mercy upon me, O God. Have pity upon me, O God. Be gracious unto me. Be compassionate unto me, O Lord. Compassionate, it means to emphasize, right? To emphasize means to make something more clearly defined, to give special importance to. With someone who is suffering and to feel compelled to reduce their suffering. That's the compassion.
That's how you reduce it.
That's how you reduce your sufferings from God that God is putting you through. Because you emphasize, it means to make something more clearly defined, to give special importance to. And you can only do those things with the words that comes out of your mouth. Okay? He said, be gracious unto me. Go ahead.
According unto the multitude of thy tender mercies.
According to the multitude of thy tender mercies. Time sheet.
Blot out my transgressions.
Blot out my transgressions. The word blot out, it means to cause your sins to disappear. When you ask God to blot out your transgressions, you're asking God to remove something unpleasant from your thoughts. Remove something unpleasant from your thoughts. Erase that. Like it ain't written there. That's why God sent Nathan the prophet to speak to King David, and he told him, he said, don't worry about that, King David. He said, your iniquity has been wiped away. It never happened. Tom Shee.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity. And
wash me thoroughly from my iniquity.
And cleanse me from my sin.
And cleanse me from my sin. Go ahead.
For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me.
And this is our problem. We don't acknowledge our faults with God. He said, I acknowledge my transgression. I acknowledge where I came up short at. Now, and my sin is ever before me. But you can't make the necessary change if you don't acknowledge. Tom Sheep.
Against thee only have I sinned.
Against thee only have I sinned.
And done this evil in thy sight. That thou mightest be justified.
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest.
And be clear when thou judgest.
He said, but that's heavy. He said, against thee only have I sinned. That thou mightest be justified when you do whatever you do to me, oh Lord, you're justified in doing it because I deserve it. That's when you are showing God that I deserve whatever you put me through because I deserve it, because of how I did and how I lived my life being an ungodly person and going against your laws, commandments, and statutes. Now what I'm going through is because of me coming up short with God. And whatever you decide to do to me is accepted, oh Lord. Time sheet.
Behold, I was shapen in iniquity.
Wait a minute. He said, behold, I was shapen. I was shapen in iniquity. You see these prayers? You see the words that you can say to God to bring God out of his place?
Yeah.
There are certain words that you can use that can bring God out of his place.
Right.
Huh? Kolality. Kolality means to be born in. I was born in iniquity. We was born in iniquity. Those innocent babies that we having, they are born in iniquity. And the only reason why God ain't take them because they don't have the good in them like Jeroboam's son. Once you have a certain level of good in you, God kills you. God take you away so that you don't get tainted. Time sheet.
And in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
And in the hidden.
Wait a minute. What is your inward parts? Your inward parts, tukah. It means the reins of man. Right? God desires that we change our nature. Human nature includes your characteristics, your feelings, how you think, and your behavior. Okay? The reins is what limits and controls you. I say your reins is what limits and controls you. Your limits are your boundaries. The limits are the lines that you draw, that you don't cross. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and thou shalt be clean. Wash me, and thou shalt be whiter than snow. Your inward parts, right? Your inward parts is also see when it speaks about the heart, right? When it speaks about the heart, the word for heart is lebah or leb, right? That means the inner man. The inner man, it means it's the inner self, the way you think. It has to do with your thoughts and how you think. Your inner self is your subconscious thoughts and memories you hold on to, emotions and other aspects of your mind that makes up who you are as a person. There come a point in time when you gotta let go. You gotta let go. The inner self is the part of us that we are not always aware of or have control over. This includes value, what you value, your beliefs, and your characteristics. The self resides in our subconscious mind. Your inner self is also connected to our emotions. So how you feel, your feelings that get stirred up, is who you are as a person. Describes who you are as a person. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. These are the things that makes you happy. Right? Now, let me back up. Purge me with hyssop. The word for purge, it means to purify, to purify, to purge. To purify means to remove contaminants from. What are the things that contaminates you? Iniquity, sin. Sin is what contaminates. Iniquity is what contaminates. And King David is asking God to remove these things from me, because the things that contaminates me is what causes me to have an opening. It's what caused me to have a breach in my spirit. Okay? To purge means to rid someone of an unwanted quality, condition, or feeling. Because I have realized that the feelings that I have doesn't correlate with the way God feels. The way you feel doesn't correlate with how God feels about the situation. So you have to acknowledge that and ask God to cause me to agree with what God agrees with. With what God agrees with. Verse 8, Psalms 51, verse 8. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. So concerning the information or the news that you tell a person, you have to consider what type of mind state or position or situation that person is in. I'm not going to bring bad news to a person that's sick, because it does damage to them. The book said that. I have to tell them things that's going to cause their bones or cause them to be happy. Right? Hide thy face from my sins and blot out all my iniquities. Moses asked God to do that. But God turned to Moses and he said, the man that sinned, his name will I blot out. I'm not doing that to you, Moses. So that tells me that God got a book. And if God erase or blot out your name from that book, you got some work to do. Create in me a clean heart. These are heavy words. King David is asking God. Create in me a clean heart. Bara means to create. Bara means to form. Only God can do that. You can't do it yourself, because God is removed. When God does it, when God creates in you a new heart, a clean heart, God is removing sin and replacing it with good. He's removing sin and replacing it with good. The only one that can create in me a clean heart is God. I can't clean my heart without God. I can't clean my mind, my mindset without God. I can't take tea and do better and improve without God. And renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, not my ways, but I have to teach the people the ways of God, not my ways and what I think. I have to deal, regardless if I'm violating the law that I'm teaching, I have to teach it. Even though I'm violating it, teach it for what it means. And sinners shall be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood
guiltiness, O God. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God. Thou, God of my salvation,
thou God of my
tongue
salvation,
shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise.
O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. Go ahead.
For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it.
That's not what God desired. God didn't desire sacrifices and offerings. He didn't ask asked for that. The only thing God asked for was obedience. God asked us to hearken. He said to listen. That's the only thing he asked for. Now, because we didn't hearken, God told us, he said, okay, I knew that these people was going to be a disobedient people. So therefore, I have to give them and show them a way to get back in good graces with God by giving them burnt offerings and sacrifices and peace offerings and sin offerings so that we can get rid of sin, so that we will be able to regain and get back in favor with God. So that was the purpose of the sacrifices and offerings, to get back in good grace with God. And even in that, God has showed a remedy. God has showed that he is merciful. He's all merciful because he realized that man is going to sin.
Yeah.
And we're going to need these offerings. Now, we are in a worse predicament than we was when before.
That's right.
At least when I violate the laws of God, I'm able to go and carry a sin offering. I'm able to confess and give up confessions, send up a sin offering, a burnt offering. Then after that, send up a peace offering to get back in favor with God. We can't do none of that. Go ahead.
Thou delightest not in burnt offering, the sacrifices of God, or a broken spirit.
Wait a minute. The sacrifices of God are of a broken spirit.
I'll tell you what the sacrifice.
And this is what I wanted. You can close the book.
Sacrifice.
The sacrifices of God are of a contrite heart, a contrite mindset, recognizing your iniquities by repenting.
That's the sacrifice.
We have to recognize that you was at fault with God.
First.
So therefore, we have to confess and send up confessions. Right? You will only feel to repent. You will only recognize your faults, your iniquities, if you feel remorse.
Sorry. Repent.
If you feel remorse.
Yeah.
What does remorse mean? Remorse means strong feelings of sadness and regret. Do you truly feel sad when you violate the laws of God? Our forefathers did. King David did. He got sad after Nathan the prophet told me, he said, man, you are the man. He said, you the one that did that. Immediately, King David said, he said, I have sinned. Strong feelings of sadness and regret about something wrong that you have done before God and man. You have to feel sorry and regret what you did to man, what you said to man. You don't continue to justify your wrong that you do to people, but you want God to forgive you. Listen, man, are we understanding this? We go around and we offend each other. I offend you, and I say things to you, and I do things to you, and I want you to accept it. I don't feel regretful and sad for the things that I've said to you, for the things that I have done to you. I justify it and say why I said it. I justify it and say why I did it without recognizing your own faults. You can't serve, those people can't serve God. I don't care what you do. How much garment you put on, how much frontlet you put on, how much bracelet you put on, how much Shabbats you done did. But if you cannot recognize the faults that you did to your fellow man, you can't serve God. You can't serve God. So when yeah. What you said, sis? I did it because the sister said.
There's a reason.
There's a reason why I did it. And then we come up with a reason But you need to ask God, do God agree with your reason of why you offend this man or this person? I don't want to hear your reason. Because when you said it and when you did it, that person didn't violate you. Everything started from what you said. You crossed the line first. You can't serve God, man. You can't serve God. He said you will only recognize your faults, your iniquities, if you feel remorse or penitence, affected by guilt of your wrongdoing. So when you violate God and when you violate man, you must have guilt for the things that you have done or said. Till then, if you don't feel that guilt and you don't feel that remorse for the things that you've done or you said to man or God, you can't serve God. And with that, I already got what was brought, and I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We call up the next speaker, teacher indeed. Chief Nika, Ben Levy. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? If you have any questions, put it in the chat so I can answer them. I'm going to stay up here for a couple more minutes.
Zacharias had a question earlier.
What's the question, Zacharias?
Say it again, my brother.
Any questions? I know it's only Zacharias had Zacharias is the only one be having set questions.
Right.
Zacharias.
Right.
All we need is one.
That's my brother right there. That's my brother.
Right.
What's the question, Zacharias? Now you shy, man? We waiting on your questions, Zacharias.
Yeah,
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy now, Zacharias.
He said this is a different one.
Say both of your questions.
Yeah. You like questions.
That's the only way we gonna know. We gotta have questions.
Inquire.
That's the only way we gonna know.
You have to inquire.
You gotta inquire. You gotta ask questions. I can't get angry at your questions because you don't know.
Right.
So if you don't know, you have to ask the question in order to know.
That's right.
Got to.
That's right.
So the question, one of the questions was, Brother Chief Abraham said he's not a stenographer. All right, Chief. You ready? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, yo, Bram, chill out, man. If you had tattoos of idols on you, will you be judged with the wicked or saved if you turn from all other iniquities?
You gotta get that off.
Get that off.
You gotta get that off.
If you have a tattoo of Jake the Snake doing the Karate Kid or cross,
Get it off.
and you are acknowledgement of God, there are ways to get that off. Personally, if you have tattoos, period, you need to get that off.
Tattoos are an abomination.
I don't want to go before God with tattoos because that is a violation within the laws of God.
Kitobek kwa kwa.
Kitobek kwa kwa, the writings of tattoos. Get those things removed.
Yeah,
And I will not allow a person into my house with tattoos of crosses. I had a guy come over to fix my locks in my house. And when he took his jacket off, he had on a t-shirt. I looked on his arm, Chief, and he had a tattoo on his arm of a cross. I said, I stopped him from fixing my locks, my door locks. I said, you gotta leave now. Oh, why? I said, you got a cross on your arm, brother. Excuse me, you gotta go. Can't stay here. You can't go. The only ones that I can't throw out are policemen, firefighters, ambulance people.
Those are the ones you
They coming in to do their job and they getting out. What's the other question, Zacharias? You got another question for me? You got two questions, right? What's the other question? Anybody else have any questions? Hey, Prince Zakaria, man, we miss you here, man. We miss you here, Prince Zakaria.
It's already different.
It's already different. It is already different. Okay. And with that, I already got what was bought. No one else has any more questions, and I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Levy.
Come on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God.
Mm-hmm.
Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girt with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren had borne 7, and she that had many children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken in pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them, and the Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. Hallelujah. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
or serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy of the thousand of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them
the
is,
sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor
manservant,
his maidservant,
nor his
nor
maidservant,
his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor.
nor anything that is thy neighbor.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Joshua chapter 24. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to prince men, chief men, brothers and sisters, visitors, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shalom Aleichem.
Joshua chapter 24.
Yeah.
And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers. And they presented themselves before God.
All the heads, all the ones that have titles, the teachers, the officers, the generals, all the heads, all the ones that have authority. Joshua is in charge of these people. He took Moses' place after Moses died. So he called these people, okay, and they all came as one. All right? This is to show you this is when they were united. This is when God had them and looked at them as one. This is when they were a nation. Okay? Now the judges are there, the heads, the elders, officers. They all presented themselves before God. They're at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. This meeting is being held before God. Tamshi.
And Joshua said unto all the people, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times.
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times. And at this time that Joshua's talking, that's ancient for us. That's ancient. But he's talking about something older than that in his time. Okay?
That's right.
So this is way before civilizations got modern. He said, before all of this, your fathers, your ancestors, the ones you came from, dwelt on the other side of the flood. The other side of the flood is the river, the Euphrates. Okay? Geographically, once you pass that river, the Euphrates, you're in Babylon. Okay? You're in Iran, what is now called Iran. You're in Assyria. Okay? You're in Syria, Assyria, Babylon, Persia. That's past the Euphrates. The Euphrates is what they call the flood. All rivers flood. At night, they rise. We call it bank. Okay? The tide is high. That's why it's called a flood. So in old time, even Terah, so he's going back to Abraham's father, to the era of Abraham's father Terah. This is the era of Nimrod. This is when Nimrod was running the world. And everybody was doing what Nimrod said. Okay? He said the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor. He said, and what? And they served what?
Other gods.
They came from a background that wasn't of God. Okay? I don't want to hear this. Everybody, mostly everybody has a background, okay, that was heathen. Oh, but I was born in it. Okay, your father and your mother, were they born in it? No. Were their mother and father born in it? There's going to come to a generation that your family, your line, were not serving God. Even Abraham came out of a line that wasn't serving God. I'm saying this for an example, okay? Tamshi.
Even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, And they served other gods.
They served other gods. In Babylon, they burned their children. Okay? In Babylon, they served star gods. Their main thing is the sun, moon, and stars, the astrology. They go by that. They govern themselves. They advise themselves and counsel each other by the movement of what they see in the heavens. Okay? It's called astronomy and astrology. Okay? Tamshi.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood.
God said, I took your father Abraham.
Separated him from all that.
Separated
Took him
him
from that.
When he said I took him out of that, mean I got him away from that.
Right.
I separated him
Right.
by having him live by himself. He had to separate. First, he had to separate him from who? When he separated him, where he separated him from? His family, his kindred.
That's right.
Because I only picked this guy. I didn't pick everybody in his family.
That's right.
I didn't pick his brothers. I didn't even pick his father. I didn't pick nobody but him. He's the one that got it. Okay?
That's right.
But for him to accomplish what my commands are about, he can't live there.
Right.
He got to get up out of there. Okay? In the future, I'm going to give his kids this land. So I'm going to let them walk it. And he became Abraham was a stranger in the land of Canaan. He was a stranger first. God caused him to walk. That's why he said, y'all, don't be afraid. You know what it is to be put on the other side of the world, in a third world country, what we call a third world country. All right, is a country that don't run like this country is. Okay, the privileges is not there. Okay. Imagine you never been to that place though. Today you here with your family. Tomorrow you're not there. You have to put yourself in this position now. You're not there. You amongst people. Look, you don't know their language. You don't know these people. They have different ways than yours. The stuff they eat is different to what you eat.
Right.
But you got to hold on to what God tells you to do in spite of all of that. And you're the only one. There is no congregation to go to. There was no bunch of people that prayed with Abraham. All right? He didn't have help. He did this by himself. It's an example. That's why God said, look at him. God, Abraham is the example to look at for the man. Sarah is the example to look at for the woman.
That's right.
All right? Tamshi.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied the seed and gave him Isaac. And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it.
All these guys getting land and mountains entitled to them. Abraham walked. God said, everywhere where you walk, you ain't going to own it now. It's not the era for you to own it now. Their time isn't up yet. The Canaanites' time wasn't up yet. And when Abraham was alive, God is fair. And there's only one man. He can't rule the whole land by himself. Need to go to nation. Look, man, God does everything in time. That's why we need to have patience. We don't have no patience. We want everything now the way we want it. And that's how the heathen think. Y'all know that, right? If we're not supposed to think like them, I'm showing you how the heathen think. They want justifications. They want an explanation. They want you to show them. They want evidence. Okay? These are not the ways to move with God and his commandments. All right? Everywhere where you walk, Abraham, I'm going to give this land to your seed. In time, your children are going to become a nation. And the same way I'm with you, I'm going to be with them. The same laws and commands I gave you and you followed, I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give them the same opportunity I gave you because of you. Really and all, it's all about Abraham. The children got it. Isaac, Jacob, and further down got it because of him. We forget who set things off, who set the laws, who set the precedents, precedent, meaning before these procedures, who was here before you and who set the standard for you to follow. We want to follow everybody else. We want to follow other brothers in the book. They're godly too, but we want to follow them because there's certain things about this guy that he did that wasn't right before God. You want to do it. It said, Michal hid David. How she hid him, right? Men were coming to kill him, all right? Sent by Saul. Ain't no thing about not letting them in. They coming in. You got to let them in. They're officials. When the king send men to do something, you better treat them like they're the police. They got the badge. You're gonna say, look, man, I got the decree. I got the decree by the king. You see a seal? He authorized me to come get you. You resist, you die.
That's right.
Same thing today. Well, people die by police hand, right? They said, what he did? He what? He resisted what? Arrest.
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting. Do what I say. No.
Stop resisting.
Don't put yourself in that
I'm not
situation.
resisting.
You know how they are. Look, you know how they are. Don't put yourself in that position.
Once they start saying stop resisting, you already know.
Don't look. Keep your mouth shut. Don't push it. Because he's looking for an excuse to destroy you. This is what God put us under because of what we did here. This has been going on before we got here. That's why we're here. Okay? I'm going to give you, your children, this land because of how I presented myself to you and yours. You didn't give me a hard time, Abraham. Y'all know what I mean by not say that, a hard time. You wasn't difficult to manage. You wasn't difficult to deal with. You wasn't unreasonable. I was able to tell you something and you did it. Look. I considered you about a matter over here, but really you safe. You safe. Okay? But I said, man, should I tell Abraham, knowing that he commands his household after him? See, these are the keys. These are the keys for the men. You have to command. Everybody in your house has to be living by the same commandments you're living by, or else they can't live in your house.
That's right.
That's it. That goes right back to the question with the tattoos. The tattoos are a violation of the Most High. Then a person with tattoos can't come in the house.
That's right.
Those are all images that were being written on you. Some of them have the name of a person that's dead. Oh yeah, who's that? Oh, this is Jeremy. It's my son. He died in childbirth. We can't mourn our loved ones like that. We can mourn. Read in here. Read in here. How? How do I know? How? When will I know? But read, and wait. He said, wait on the Lord, I say. Wait on the Lord. It's not going to happen in our time. Abraham didn't say, well, man, I'm going through all this. I ain't even going to get the land. He going to get to see the land. He going to get to see the land. But what has to be set off and what has to done, it has to play out. He's going to get to see that land and be in that land. Moses is going to get to be there. God don't give empty promises. God don't lie. God not going to tell you one thing and it's another. He doesn't trick people. He's not the adversary. Adversary tricks people, deceives people. Okay? Watch the counselors. Counselors come with the truth to twist it into a lie. They come and it sounds good. Yeah, that's right what he said. But then it's the last part. That's the part that he's directing you to. Watch that. Tom Sheep.
But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. I sent Moses also and Aaron, I plagued Egypt, according to that which I did.
So I got these people at the beginning. He's running down the beginning of you people called Israelites. Okay, Hebrews. He ran down the history, a quick synopsis of how you guys got here today. How you got where you at today. All right? From Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and got you into Egypt. Then he fast forward 400 years. He said, I sent Moses. I picked Moses and sent him down there, and Aaron. I handpicked Moses and Aaron. Now, you can't be mad at God's decision.
That's right.
You can't be mad at your mother and father's decision.
That's right.
That's their decision. It was God's decision to pick Moses and Aaron. So later on, when these guys started to revolt, why you got to do it? Because God picked me to do it. Because Abba told me to do it. Because Imam told me to do it. Once you hear them things, you got to back down. Because you making it about yourself. Because when you say God say, that's supposed to make me say, wait a minute, right or wrong? But that don't make me puff up more.
Yeah.
Why am I puffing up more? I said, God said. Your mother said. And guess what? Me and you got the same mother. She said it, not me. I'm telling you what she said so that you don't go into it.
That's right.
Don't tell me leave you alone. Don't shrug me off. I don't want you. I don't want. Look, what I'm avoiding for myself, I don't want for you. It's love.
That's right.
Because I've seen what it can do. Been around long enough to see what it can do, and I've experienced what it can do myself. That's why, whoa, behave yourself, man. No. Stop yourself before God stop you. That's what I told myself a couple of years ago. Stop yourself before God stop you. You don't have to, you can stop yourself. You don't have to be that stubborn. Do you?
Nope.
You can stop it. And when things are still going to happen, it happened to Job. It happened to Job. Stuff still happened to Abraham. Snatched his wife. How would you feel if somebody go outside and men grab you and push you to the ground and kill you? After he kill you, you won't feel nothing. After he kill you, you won't feel nothing. That's what they do. They kill you and take your woman. That's a ruthless city. They were known for that. They were known for that back then in Abraham time. And then when Isaac came up, they were known for it. They were known for this thing. Somebody told them this. Okay? Somebody said, hey, man, watch it in this place. He probably saw it. Or somebody told him. Or it's probably the rules is written. I don't know how, but when you go anywhere you go, the rules will be presented to you. Okay? When you come here, there will be rules presented to you. And the rules that are presented to you, we didn't make it up. We didn't make these rules up. It seems strange because Kol Israel don't follow all of God's rules. So when you're the only one, or you're the only family, or you're the only ones that's doing this, you stick out sore. You become the villain. Everybody point to this. Yeah, but you crazy. You this. They find something just to get off. And what you was talking about, you was talking about not getting haircuts. That's why this guy brought up something that's not a violation in the law. Something that's not a violation in the law that heathen in society look down on. God don't care about it as long as you don't do it on Shabbat and on the feast days. How about that? That's why when certain Israelites come with their nose up in the air, bougie Israelites, that don't do no law, but you think like a politician. You think like a politician. And their rules matter to you more than God's rules. That's what happens. That's what you're going to stick out. I'm letting you know that right now.
Yeah.
When you do God's law, everybody ain't going to like you. They're not going to jack you. They're going to shoot you down. They're going to shoot what you bring in that God says. They're going to shoot that down. And Moses said, he heard your murmurings. You didn't murmur against me and Aaron. You murmured against God. So you think you're shooting me down, you're shooting God down. You can't pick your teacher. You should like all teachers. Once they're speaking about the Most High God, forget the teacher. Listen to what he's saying.
Okay.
You got too much pride in you.
I got you.
What's wrong?
I got you.
That's true.
And when that teacher is speaking what you read, stick with that. You won't be told nothing that's not in the book. But we wasn't trained that way.
That's right.
All right? y'all wouldn't be able to withstand the training. I'm fed up with you. Y'all wouldn't be able to understand. You got so emotional and left and then come back and went to somebody else who don't know how to train right, who wasn't trained right. Somebody else who was trained by the person you're running from. That's what's been going on. There's a lot of intellectuals out here and they eating blood. So what intellect you have? You have the same intellect as Donald Trump. You got the same intellect as any rapper. You could as anybody who don't serve God. You think like them now. I'm Israel. But that's only in name, not in deed, not in works, not in commitment, not in worshiping God. Because I was like, me and a young brother last week was talking about a book for 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay? You was there, brother. And he said something that I ain't heard teachers say. He said, well, with the Hebrew, he said, you really learn the Hebrew when you study the law in the Hebrew. I said, oh, wow. I said, you need to come around here more often, brother, because we were trained that way. I'm not going to be able to speak fluently. I know a lot of Hebrew. I know a lot of vocabulary. But I know about vocabulary come from in the Torah. Words have meanings. When you look them up, oh, wow, we're not supposed to be doing this either. And that's what causes an uproar. That's why they get tired of hearing the same laws, Chief Shama. That's why. In our father's generation, they had a meeting and told them, don't teach Leviticus 19 and Deuteronomy 24. Yeah. Why? Because Leviticus, we going into Leviticus 19 today. You see, God told Isaiah the prophet, all those prophets were there to warn you, all right, and berate you and admonish you and correct you through the words of God. Send you a message from God. Hey, go to the city and proclaim this. Say, tell the cities, thus saith the Lord, stop this, stop with the idols, stop doing this, stop doing this, and he will turn his wrath from you. And they didn't listen. That's why the Babylonians came. That's why the Assyrians came. Oh, look at the heathen. They don't serve God. But you follow them so you don't serve God either. But it's a sickness in the head you ain't going to see because you've been blocked. Because when you first started doing these commandments, you started and then stopped. You started and stopped, and you went back the way you was when you first came here. You just call yourself a different name now. And you don't live up to that name. Jump sheet.
And afterwards I brought you out. And I brought your fathers out of Egypt. And you came unto the sea. And the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen unto the Red Sea. And when they cried unto the Lord, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them, and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt.
You was there, you saw it. And it still didn't register? You was there when God did work. But you still ain't get it. Because you moving like you wasn't a witness to this. So now God up the ante and make this happen to you. Instead of you being a witness now, it happens to you. Now you're getting the experience of it. But you still don't listen. So what do? He said, I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. That's what Leviticus 26, right?
That's right.
Read that book later. It starts with, okay, if you don't do this, then I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. If you don't do this, I'm going to punish you 7 times more sins. And if you don't do that, I will punish you. So by the time we get to 2025 now, right? That was in Leviticus 26 still stands. That one sin you thought you did is 7. God said, I will multiply it. Ever since then, that's how you do it now. That's why you got to stay in the guilty conscience. Because when you break one sin, you think you break one sin. Okay? I stole from you, right? That's a trespass violation against you. But first is against God. Because he told me not to do it, no matter what it is or who it was or what the situation is. But I picked you to do it. So now that's twice. It's a double jeopardy thing. Right? I got to make that good with you first. I got to show God that I'm sorry. I got to make that good with you. I got to come. Hey, remember 5 years ago? Or remember this? And bring it up and show that you are sorry about it. Maybe you might have to replace something. You know what I'm saying? Or you may have to declare what you said before. You got to say something to denounce that. Because when you was running your campaign, that was your violation. You told everybody about this guy. You told everybody what he did or what he said or whatever it was a lie or whatever. So now when you come back and say sorry, man, you know what, man? Look, man, I said this about you, Shama, 2 weeks ago, man. Look, I was wrong. And I apologize, man. I'm never going to do that to you again. That's the first part. Now you got to deal with God. You got to gain favor with God. You got to gain favor with God. You know what? And see, with man is they marriage. Some men will never forgive. They take you to the grave. Even when you show that, well, that's on that person. That's on that person. You know what I'm saying? Because the Most High, when he see that you showing you're sincere, he will forgive you. He said, I will forgive you.
Come to the man with
Okay.
gifts.
If that's
Come to the man with
gifts and whatever. And mean it, though. And mean it. You can't be back and forth. Can't be two ways with a person. Talk shit.
And you dwelt in the wilderness a long season.
40 years.
And I brought you.
You already called that? You already called that season? You said this season here? That era, that 40-year era, he called it a long season. Because you wasn't supposed to, it was not meant to put you in that wilderness for 40 years. But you wouldn't listen. Then you guys lied. So now, you know what? God said, you know what? I'm going to filter these people. I have to filter them. Okay? I have to sift them. He sifted them like you sift flour. You put the flour in the sifter, and you tap it. And you tap it. Now, anytime some drama went down, that was God tapping the sift. That was God tapping the sift. Anytime something went down. And all those who turned against God stayed in the sift. Whatever stays in the sift after the tapping gets thrown away. So by the end of Deuteronomy, God said, he said, Deuteronomy chapter 4, God told her, he said, all of you that stand before me are alive today because you cleaved unto your Lord, your God. How you cleave unto your Lord, your God, you stick to these commandments. I don't care what the situation is, stick to the commandments. The thing is not to break your routine. Okay? You can't having holy convocations, right? Now all of a sudden, a new job, or you moving, or you on vacation. It broke the routine. It broke the streak, right or wrong. Yeah. Now you gotta start all over again. So this is your life, starting all over again every minute. So it's no works. The good that you did, right? God said, that's forgotten about because you messed up. Mm-hmm. That's what he said in prophecy. All the good this guy did, because you can't do good. You throw it away when you do this over here. And see, God is fair. God is fair, the most fair. Because he said, you do righteous, you do good, you do this, you do that, you do his commandments. He said, I'm not going to bring up the stuff you did before. He said, it will not be remembered. It ain't going to be mentioned. We don't think like that. Do we? Nope. He said, man, he's still, I don't care what he did. We down each other, man. You are so miserable and so much iniquity is in your spirit, you don't want to see nobody else excel serving God. That's deep. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes people have it, they don't just with themselves. You get to a certain point with God, it's going to bug you to see this guy serving God.
Mm-hmm.
That's evil versus righteousness. Time sheet.
And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, which dwelt on the other side of Jordan, and they fought with you, and I gave them into your hands.
I gave
You
them
might
into
possess
your
their
hand.
land.
I gave them into your hand. Do you think we are in that position that God would give anybody into our hand now?
No.
No. You know why? We are still in somebody's hands. We're in somebody else's country. We're on the other side of the world. Do you understand that? All this action went down in the land of Israel. Okay? In what they call the Middle East. On the other side of the world. When this was going down and action was going down over here, it was nothing but animals running around here. This was a wilderness. There was no people here. Civilization started over on the other side of the earth, not over here. This is wilderness. This is geographically not places good to live. This land, Muhammad said Alaska. Where you gonna go live in Alaska with 6 months daytime, 6 months nighttime?
Shabbat will be for 6 months. You better not do nothing until that sun go down.
It's not, see, and that don't make no sense because these are places that God, there are certain places on the earth that are wastelands. God made it that way. There's certain places that are wilderness. There's certain places that spiritually, certain things, God got bounded there until a time. So you don't belong there.
God put wisdom in the habitable parts of the
Earth. In the habitable parts, the place where you can live, the places where you can. That's why they said, man, we can't grow nothing in this wilderness. That is not a habitable place. And God put them there to test them. He put them in a hostile environment. You know what a hostile environment is? You can't find no food there. And the creatures that are there are poisonous. And who they want to bite and who they want to eat is you.
You can't grow nothing.
You can't grow nothing. You can't even bury your dead. There is no digging.
No burying.
There's no burying nobody. And they died in the wilderness. So there was bodies all over the place. They got ate by cold-blooded creatures, by vultures,
that's why
and buzzards.
That's why God told Moses, go on that mountain.
Go in that mountain.
Aaron, you
go up in there.
Ain't no animals eating.
That's right. Cave of my pila. You don't allow the bodies of the holy men and women that died to be desecrated. King Tut. Who is he? He had a disease called Froelich disease or something like that, right? We had a big giant stomach, look like E.T. Big head, big stomach, elongated. Okay? All right? And they went, and when they found King Tut's found his coffin, it was televised. They're not going to do that with the holy ones. God will not suffer them to be found. They don't know where Abraham's staying at. They think it's there. God caused them to think it's there. So they don't go looking, because if they find it, they're going to die. Jeremiah was told to hide the tabernacle, the ark of the covenant, and the altar of incense.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Okay, tabernacle, the ark, the altar of incense. That's the only incense that was burned in Israel. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
And that was in the temple. That did not wind up with the rest of the stuff that's in the Vatican. This is something that if somebody light incense on, not just that person gonna die. This is gonna be catastrophic. The plague is gonna come out, and who's there to stop it? Who's there to stop the plague? Nobody is there to stop the plague. Who's there to say the plague has begun? Aaron, get you up. Do this and do that. We don't have Moses here. Moses was able to detect it. Aaron didn't. Aaron wasn't able to detect what was going on. He knew what to do when Moses told him what to do. Moses had to tell him. This was a special situation Aaron wasn't trained in. This was not supposed to happen because the people were sinning and the plague was going out. Moses said the plague has begun. Go and get this, do that, make a smoke. What he did, he burned incense.
That's right.
There's a significance to that. That's why the altar of incense was hidden. That's why the Ark of the Covenant is there. Those are the 3 most holy artifacts. That's why God, they allow nobody it's not in the Vatican City. Okay? It's hidden in the mountain where God showed Moses the heritage of Israel.
That's right.
That same mountain. Hundreds of years later, you had Jeremiah take that stuff up in there. And there were people trying to, wow, they wanted to see where he put it so they could steal it. People was following him.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High, you went in a cave, you got to mark where you at. Forests, woods, you can easily get lost. I see people get lost and they got GPS. They got a thing called maps, and it show you where you at. And you put the address in, and it show you how to get there by walking, bus, train, bicycle. But everybody don't learn the same. Everybody don't pick up the same. Everybody don't perceive the same. And I understand that. So the answers is here. We try to teach you to show you the answers. A lot of questions that got a lot of questions. The answer be right after what happened. The answer be right there. He said because God. He said God did because. He said because. A lot of times he explained why God did things. When you didn't read that part. Come on, pick it up, Israel. Let's not get dumb when it comes to God, but we smart for everything else. And nothing else got to be explained to us. Evil ain't got to be explained to us, all right? Sexual fantasies ain't got to be explained to you. You understand that now? Why are you like that? Yeah, why are you like that? But when it comes to this, we explain it to you. That can't explain it. This guy explain it. TikTok explain it. Google explain it. You don't get it. God has blocked you. Know why? Because what you know, even if it's a little bit, you're not doing it. That's why. So my Bible always said, do what you know. That God is going to judge you on what you do. You don't do it. But I gave you just enough. I want to see what you're going to do with that. I want to see what you're going to do with that. And I'm going to sit back here and give you some time. And I'm going to stir things up and throw things at you. I'm gonna stir this guy up. I'm gonna stir this one up. I'm gonna stir this up in your house. I'm gonna stir this up and see what you're gonna do. Tell you.
Then Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and warred against Israel, and sent and called Balaam the son of Beor to curse you.
All of this, he running it down, man. We sent the warlock to curse you, man. He sent a high-level warlock. This guy teaches witches and warlocks to curse you. Do you know how powerful this guy was in that stuff? It was what we call today voodoo, witchcraft, Santeria, the spirits of the ancestors, all that stuff is what God says stay away from. This guy was real powerful in that stuff. He was very, very, very deep in it, where he can curse a whole nation at one time. I don't hear about. No. They ain't even make movies about anybody doing that.
Millions of people.
They got movies about people putting curses on people, but not a nation. Millions of people. This guy was heavy. It said he taught the college. It's the first time I ever heard, the first college I ever heard, and this is before the Greeks. The first school or college I ever heard of was a witchcraft school. In Mesopotamia, there was a college. He said he taught in the college. They wasn't teaching economics and geometry. The first schools, was about divination, astronomy, astrology, and all the things that God says stay away from. Throwing bones on the floor, predicting future, reading your palm, looking at the stars, telescopes, And I'm gonna let you know right now, if we call Israel, we all agree, everybody agrees that astronomy and astrology is not of the Most High God and His commandments. It's violation to go by that stuff. Right. We all agree to that.
That's right.
I'm gonna let y'all know that's where birthdays come from.
That's right.
They go hand in hand.
Right.
The birthdays go with the astronomy. The astronomy and astrology go with the birthdays. I'm just telling y'all.
Right.
And our forefathers didn't involve ourselves with half iniquities.
Okay.
Okay, I celebrate my birthday, but I won't go by the stars. You celebrate your birthday, you go by the stars.
Okay.
Because the stars tell you what sign you are under and season you are under in your birthday, what to do and what not to do, and the type of people you are.
Okay.
Time sheet.
But I will not hearken unto Balaam. Therefore he blessed you still.
So, all curses, okay, that tells me all curses in that witch world still got to get past God. God got to allow it to go down. That from reading that, he said, I would not hearken unto Balaam. Now, when Balaam is doing his thing, he's not praying to God. When he's doing his voodoo stuff, he's not praying to God. He's doing abominations. He's doing divinity. He's doing enchantments, wizardry, and sorcery. But it's still got to get past God. That's why God said, I would not hearken unto Balaam. Hearken means I didn't let it pass. Because you didn't deserve it. I didn't listen to those curses and let it go because you didn't deserve it, because you were clean with my laws.
Okay, so if it go on you,
If it go on you,
God let it go.
God let it go.
Teach.
Nothing gets past the Lord.
Teach.
Not even witchcraft.
Teach.
Nothing.
Teach.
God lets it go past. He said, I was not hearken unto Balaam. Balaam didn't pray to God to put the curse on him.
No, he
did his thing and did his idol.
And
But he still got to get past God. All right? Just remember that, man. Dude looking at me, turn around, I get the spirits upon you. Quados, El Shaddai, said my Lord. Quados, El Shaddai, said that's all I kept saying. I stood there for like 15, 20 minutes, right, Iman? And I stood there, he stopped. And he's a warlock, dude. He's walking around here with his trinkets. He looked, he stopped all out. Look, it's not about me. I'm simple, not about me. I'm calling upon the holy name of God. You call on those names, I call on this one name. Let's see who wins. Let's see who wins. Let's see who wins. Because I don't fear you. I don't fear you. I only fear God and my parents. I've been trained that way. And I push myself to be that way. And I delight myself to be in that way. Anything outside of that, don't play with me, man. Okay. Don't play. Look. Certain spirits come in my head. I get mad. You ain't supposed to be here. Get out of here. Okay. Start getting upset. Yeah. You got to talk to yourself, man. Those spirits going to come once you say you're going to serve God. They're not going to come to people who don't serve God. When you start believing and start doing this, he's going to come and start messing with you. He's going to mess with your family. He's going to mess with your kids because he don't want you to serve God. Don't help him destroy you. Don't assist him. You see what he's been trying to do from the beginning. You see how he worked. He's not going to appear. I'm the devil. I'm the adversary. Follow me. No. He's not going to do that. He did that already in the form of a snake. Okay? We are on point to him in that manner. So now he went lower. You cut the grass, what to do? What do you do? He go lower. So what do you do now? He comes deceitfully. Sometimes he come, you reading this. And you think, this is the deal, you gotta watch it. He's not gonna come how he came at Eve. Okay? You see how he did? He said, man, oh shoot, I can't even come at man. So I gotta come at him like this. I gotta make up a religion. I gotta take the paganism of the people, of the ancient people. They're pagans. He took their paganism and modernized it, and that's why it's called religion today. Mm-hmm. Outside of these commandments, everything is evil. Everything is a religion. Outside of these commandments, you serve the devil.
Talk about
all right? Outside of these commandments, once you're not doing these commandments, you serve Satan.
That's right.
Straight up. Because you're going to be doing the things that people do to worship him. Okay? Can you understand that? Does it make sense? Yo, man, stop yourselves from being so stubborn, man. You're stubborn to your own hurt. That's what God said. Some people are stubborn to their own hurt, man. All of this is for you. You can't change the fact. This is how it goes. You got to die. You got to do these commandments and then die and receive the great reward. That's what God wants you to do. because the intention for man was to live righteously before him.
Right.
He wasn't supposed to know knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
That good is to counter that evil.
Yeah.
Man wasn't supposed to die.
He wasn't supposed to die.
Adam supposed to be
That
still
tree of knowledge and good
alive.
and evil.
Adam was still alive.
Okay? See, they had something else. They didn't have that good. That good is what we know to be good now, to serve God, do his commandments, because we sin, because we have evil in us. What they had before them was innocency, to follow God's command.
That was good enough.
That's it.
That was good enough.
You may not be able to understand that.
That was good
Certain
enough.
things are too high for you. But they didn't have the good we knew, because it said knowledge of good and evil. And we always read it, and we always think about the evil part. But the good part is the part that we need to tap in with these commandments to counter the evil that we got.
We are born with.
Okay, because we're born with it.
Teach.
So we got, God
That's a
gave us
key.
the balance. He said, look, stay away from that tree. He didn't explain it. But by reading here, there, and a little there, I said, wow, they don't even know what they did, man.
That's the key.
They don't know what they did, man.
That's the key.
That good, they didn't need that good because they didn't have evil in them.
Nah, because you ain't need it.
Because you need,
The innocence
because you're
was
going to
good
need it to balance that evil.
The innocence was good enough.
It was
They
innocent.
was going to serve God
An
like
innocent creature that's
It's a
following
perfect-
what God
that. A
said.
perfect future.
We don't have nobody that do that on this planet. Everybody got to tap into the good that came out of that tree now. Okay?
Like a
Read
child.
the book.
Like a child.
You'll get it. And it's going to boost you. I can't explain the feeling. But it's a wonderful feeling.
Like a child.
I ain't gonna lie, man. It's a wonderful feeling, man. It's a feeling like you ain't never felt before. And it's gonna make you want more. You're gonna want to do more. You're gonna know more about God. Okay, I'm telling you, but you gotta start. You gotta start and stop being stubborn. Stop yourself before God stops you.
We don't want that.
Not everybody come back from that. Not everybody come back the same from that. Toshi,
Therefore, he blessed you still.
God
So I
still
delivered you out of his hand.
He said, I ain't listen to that witch warlock dude. He said, I delivered you out of his hand. I blessed you. Every curse he sent out, I made it turn into a blessing out of that same guy's mouth. I made him turn around and curse his own people. So that down the years, hundreds of years later, an Israelite king and a Moabite king went at it. The Moabite king lost. He went home, grabbed his firstborn son, and killed him on the wall. That came from the prophecy of Balaam. God turned that around. Then he looked and turned to where he said, Greece, y'all. You know who that is? Greece. Before Greece even came into power, he cursed them. And that's why they came up with a thing called Hellenism. And it's still alive today. Anything outside of this is Satanism and Hellenism. Hellenism is the art and knowledge to turn a Jew away from God.
That's right.
It's in the dictionary.
That's right.
You look that word up, Hellenism. And why it start with hell? Because this ism leads you to hell. That's it. This ism is a way of how people live. Theoism, polyism, homoism. Okay, Marxism. Okay? That's when you're on Marx. Okay. All right. That's what they get the ism from. And like Baba said, all the isms and schisms are against God. Zoroastrianism. Okay. Zoroastrianism is a Persian religion. Okay, about the stars. What we call astrology.
One of them niggas named Zoro.
Zoros. That's the man who was named after. His name was Zoros. And he was a homeless man in Persia. He was a homeless man. He was a bum. He was homeless and he lived in the mountains. And all he did was study stars. And he came up with Zoroastrianism. And all of Persia picked him up behind that. And that was the Persians' religion. He didn't hearken unto Balaam because those people, the people called Israelites at that time, that generation, at that time was perfect with God. Everybody that was sitting in their tents, every family, every man, every woman and child was sinless.
That's crazy.
That was the only time.
That's crazy.
That was the only time that the whole nation was correct before God.
Bro had to spit. How beautiful the text.
How beautiful it is. Ah, man, he had that. That's poetry. where they get poetry.
Yeah,
He said, "Whoa, wow, man, wow, look at them.
Look,
Look. They don't even know what's going on up there high in the mountains. No, we found out about it. And they found out, their children found out later. But the ones that was going to get cursed, they was in their tents sleep. This was going down at night. Certain demonic offerings are more powerful at night. And the higher you go, the more you can see. The more you can see, the more you can curse. That's why he kept saying, let's go higher, let's go higher, let's go higher, let's go higher. This is where the idea of skyscrapers come from. This is where the idea of Statue of Liberty, that shape like this, those big giant statues, they come from that same mind. What was they trying to build in Babel? A tower. Just remember that. The tower, what they call the tower, we call a skyscraper. Just think about that. Just think about that, man. The origin of where all this stuff come from, this is why God gave us these commandments. So that we don't get caught up and be put in the same category.
Talk about it.
Tom sheet. Because that ain't happening to me, man. If I see you go through this door and get burnt, I'm not going through that door. Right. I'm not doing it. I don't need a book. I don't need God to tell me nothing. I'm not going to do it because I seen what happened. They saw what happened. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what was going on, man. They was there and they saw what happened and still said, get God. Throw this stuff over my shoulder. I'm going to keep the name. When I get in trouble, I'm going to come back. But for now, I'm going to have fun over there with them. That's what we do with God.
Some people say, give God a break.
Give God a break?
Just make sure you come back.
Man.
Fool.
Who said that? I'll take my turban off and sprinkle it, man. Who said that, man? He's showing, yo, he's causing the people to sin.
That's right.
Nobody's gonna come back.
Right.
Whoever, if I tell you, you can take a break. You don't have to come back. You know we have to take a break.
Take a vacation.
What we doing here? If I tell you that, right. It goes against everything God put in here.
I'm going to Costa Rica for a month. No congregation for a month.
Oh man, you're gonna be blocked off. That's why you're going. And when you get down in Costa Rica, you're gonna do abominations that you never did before to keep you out there. Wow. We see what the people went through. We're supposed to see this is what you do, this is what you don't do, this is what you say, this is what you don't say. We don't follow none of it. We want to pray to God how we want. We want to sacrifice. God say no sacrifices here. He tell you what the sacrifices he accept. We don't want to do that.
We want to do the whole thing.
We want to do everything our way.
Yeah.
God said, don't touch your beard. Plain and simple.
You don't want to do that.
In the law, in the Hebrew, side, section, lock, or curl means any part of your beard. Why the sideburns are gone? Why you got a beard here and your sideburns are gone? You a Muslim. Your whole face is clear and your head is clear. You're an Egyptian.
That's right.
Certain haircuts depict certain people.
That's right.
Okay, you got a Caesar, you got a low-face Caesar, you a Greek. You a Roman. I don't even know about haircuts. Haircuts depict what God you serve.
That's right. Teach. Your dad cold hanging, bald head.
If you read here, little there, little, certain book, the Muslim guy will tell you why he cut these sideburns. It's a significance.
That's right. So
when me and my Abba checked it out, that's what we found out. ALLAH is a woman. 6 months a woman, 6 months a man. A lot of these deities and so-called gods that the children of Israel followed the people and bowed down to were hermaphrodites. All of them got stories of being a man 1 minute and a woman the next minute.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. I studied. My Abba had me study people's history. I said, oh, wow. No wonder God said for us not to do this. They did it. God, he said, do not follow the inhabitants of these people because they have committed these same abominations that I'm telling you not to. That's what he said in Leviticus 18. He said, they have committed these same abominations in the land, so the land don't spew you out. That's what he told Israel. Don't do what these people do. Matter of fact, kill them. I don't want them alive. The Egyptians could get punished and live, but you die. So when you're going through it, you have a chance. God is showing you a mercy like no other. He's showing you personal mercy for you to get your act together quickly. No more games. No space and reservation for games because it's upon you hard. How it comes is how you come. So guess what? Now, look. You got to become a different person in 1 second.
Less than a second.
A nanosecond.
Now hurry up.
You don't have time.
Hurry up.
We don't have time. We don't have time. Time already ran out. We don't have no more time. You hear that, y'all?
That's right.
The timer where the time is ticking is been stopped. The alarm been went off. Time sheet.
And ye went over Jordan and came unto Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you.
God said you shall have a holy convocation. There is no exceptions. I can't tell you you can take a break.
That's right.
Your vacation better be 2 days or 3 days. Your vacation can't go past. It can't go past into Friday and Saturday. You got to be back by Friday at least.
Talk about it. Unless you got a congregation out there.
Unless what?
You got a congregation out there.
It ain't out there, brother.
In Costa Rica.
Where you going to Jamaica, it ain't out there. They going to resorts. Yeah, you go on Facebook and say, hey, man, yeah, man. Guy from the projects and his family. Yeah, like this. Ah. So now, yo, I want to do that too. Yeah. It would be wasting time. Wasting time. You ain't going to read nothing while you out there.
That's all vacation is. A waste of your life.
Idleness and folly for people who don't serve God. A lot of things wasn't for us, man. You know, we own the beach friends, right? The beach.
That's right.
They ain't gonna sit out there naked.
Naked, yeah, talk about it. Skinny dipping.
They can go out there, I'm gonna go take a dip in the pool and she come on.
And the man, and I'm in shorts.
No shorts.
Yeah, man, talk about it.
No shorts.
Talk about it.
Only time you can wear shorts, you got your robe over it.
Talk about it. Talk
That's
about
the
it.
only time. So I stopped wearing shorts.
Talk about it.
Okay?
Talk about it.
Because it's showing your nakedness.
Yeah, the woman showing
The
their
part,
legs.
the part of the leg that's revealing is the man's nakedness.
I love the beach.
I used to love it too, brother. And I'm going to tell you why I used to love it. Because of the nakedness of the woman.
I go every year.
And I'm glad I'm not like that no more.
I know more.
Look, you know what I had to do to get that out of me? Stop going to the beach. Oh, man, we going. I'm not going. I'm going to stay right here on the block. That's what I did. Yeah, you have to stop yourself. That way you can look back and reflect and talk about it, right? Because you don't do it no more. You got to handle yourself, man. He said, you went over Jordan, verse 11, and came unto Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you, the Amorites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hittites, Girgashites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I delivered them into your hand. I sent the hornet before you. God literally sent hornets before them. He said, which drave them out from before you. I'm in Joshua chapter 24, in the middle of verse 12. Even the two kings of the Amorites, which is Sihon and Og. That's in the Psalms of David. This is part of our battle log history that's passed down. These are battles that made God's name ring bells in the earth. Okay? But these were some powerful dudes. Mm-hmm. Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan. Oh, yeah. They had to get mentioned because those were some bad dudes. And the people that they led were some bad people. They were warriors. These people, you see your child? How old is your child right there? 3? He's walking around now, right? All right, 2 more years. He's going out in the woods. You're going to throw him out there by himself. The Greeks did it. The Romans did it. They threw the children out there and let them fend for themselves against wolves and lions. I'm not lying to you. Okay, a lot of them died. Some of them survived, children. And they come back, he bring them back, and now he's a warrior God. Yeah, these are the people who God told us not to follow. They lean. What do you say? They lean on their own sword. You know what that means? Like the Vikings. They don't look for support from God or a God or a deity or anything. Or the adversary, they go by their own strength. They lean on their own strength. By my own might, I'm going to come and take you guys out. And I'm going to destroy your God. That was what Goliath was saying. That's what was going on back then. You got a kingdom? I'm stepping to you. I'm coming to you. I'm going to send scouts, spies, spy out the land, see the type of people you are. That's what it was all about back then. So we needed God's protection because we were not a warrior people. We were agricultural people, farmers. We're gentle people. We're simple. We lived a simple life. Even our jobs and our social life was simple. We were not like those people, man. Some shit. He said verse.
End of 11. End of 11. End of 11.
No. 13. Go to 13.
And I have given you a land for which you did not labor.
I gave you something you didn't work for. You don't even deserve it. That's like when he said, man, you living here rent free. You living here bills free. Right or wrong?
Uh-huh.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
I've had to tell somebody that before. I was like, yo, man, you raising up a lot of dust in here. And this is my house. You're raising up a lot of dust. And I didn't charge you to live here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't charge you to live here. You eat. That's why God said, do not hate the Egyptian. Okay? You was a stranger in this house. You was in this house, man. There was a time you didn't have. You was in this house.
He housed you.
You can't treat this guy. Maybe you can do that to him, but not him. I don't care what he did, what he said. He housed you.
That's right.
These are the ways of God. This man took care of you. This man did something for you, or this woman did something. Look. God led them to this person so that they could have favor in your eyesight.
That's right.
All things come from the Lord.
Yep.
Nothing goes past him, man. But it starts with you and it ends with you. God going to deal with you how you deal with him.
Right.
God going to deal with you how you deal with the day he say to honor, how he deal with the people he say to honor.
Right.
Okay? Y'all get that?
That's right.
Everything that God say honor, you better honor it.
That's right.
What the day that God say honor is what day? Today. You better honor it. Stop putting other days first. Stop putting activities before this day. Stop putting other things before this day. You're treating it like it's the regular feast days. It is a different feast day. It is a solemn assembly. You look up the word solemn, it means serious. Not too much. It's strict. It's a strict assembly.
Okay. With rules.
With rules.
Okay.
You can be happy, but you show your happiness within the rules.
Okay.
I can't smoke and drink and play. The only music I can play is if somebody is praising God in it.
Right.
I'm not gonna play no remix of a beat I used to run to, right? I don't want to hear nobody praising God on that rap beat. That rap beat, the purpose for that rap beat was for rap.
Track.
I don't want no Kanye. All Kanye tracks are dedicated to Jake. Everything Kanye do, he dedicated to Jake. What you think Yeezy mean? Put the J in front of it. It's slang for Jake, for Jesus. All right? I'm saying it to make it clear for y'all. We can't jack everything you see and hear. At least find out the origin of where they get these things from. Find out the origin of where this gesture come from. Why do people say bless you when you sneeze? Look that up and find that out. It ain't in here. I ain't got to tell you no bless you. You sneeze, you sneeze. That's it. It's a bodily reaction when you got too much dust in your nose. That's it. And I always go back here in the book where the prophet, when he lied down on the dead child, the child was dead. He lied down on him. Okay, he paced. Whoa. God brought him back, put life back in him. Before he got up, what he did, he sneezed 7 times. He sneezed. You don't hear the prophet saying, "Oh, the Most High bless you." Oh, the Most High bless you. Every time you sneeze, he sneezes. Achoo, achoo. Some people have allergies, and you gotta tell them bless you every time. That's the stupidity of it. Why does God have to bless you because you sneezed?
Heathen ways.
That's heathen ways. That's paganism ways.
Ways of the heathen.
Okay? That's ways of the heathen.
That's right.
You don't pour out no liquor for nobody dead.
That's right.
We don't have no moment of silence for nobody dead.
That's right.
You know what we do when somebody dies? I rip.
We
I
mourn.
look for the ashtray. I put the ashtray on my head. I go sit in the corner
We mourn.
and cry out to God.
We fast.
We fast.
Don't eat when somebody died, man.
When stuff going down and there's trouble going down, we immediately stop eating.
Immediately, son.
I tell you how to serve God. We lock it down.
Ain't nothing.
That's the first thing you do. That's what our fathers did.
Hold up, man.
That's what our fathers did. Don't you see what David did? He said he fasted and prayed to God because the child was sick. So that's what we do. That's what we do.
Real talk.
That's what we do. God to show us when to pray, how to pray, and what to say.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And I have given you a land for which ye did not labor,
You didn't labor.
and cities which ye built not,
You didn't build it.
and ye dwelt in them,
But you lived in
of the
them.
vineyards and olive yards which ye plant not.
You didn't, no. I made it easy for you, man. All you had to do was move in. All you had to do was kill these people first, though, and then move in. They didn't kill everybody. That was the problem. Time sheet.
Now therefore, fear the Lord.
Now you see what he did. This is where they're at. He done ran it down from Tirah all the way to right now where they at in front of him. He said, "Now you got this city, you got these lands, you got vineyards and olive trees, you got all of this, and you didn't work for it. So that means you owe. You owe somebody. You don't get nothing free.
That's
Right or
right.
wrong, Chishala? You don't get nothing free. Nothing free. You don't get nothing free. You're gonna pay for it. You think you got it free, okay? You think you got it free. That's why our forefathers didn't take things from people.
Not even sure.
Because I know it's a catch to it. It's a catch 21 to it.
Look,
Is it
Abraham,
okay?
look what happened with Isaac. At
Okay.
the time of Isaac, he
Okay.
came, he had to go cut
You have to
that.
go the
He said,
well.
where's the well my father
Where's the
paid
well of
for?
my father?
Pay for it.
Say no.
If he ain't paid
He
for it,
paid.
Isaac would have never got
He
it.
would have never got him. Got him. Okay. Good example. Thank you. But how you gonna know that? Because the brother read. He teaches family in the house. He's on it every day. There was a time when I didn't read every day, and I didn't think like this, and I didn't get the feeling I get now. Okay? Every day we tell y'all how to get close to God starts with you reading every day.
Thanks, teach.
Believing what you reading
Read.
and looking forward to do and put in action what you read. That's how it starts. That's how you get close to God. That's how you get, before you do anything else, that's how you cleanse your heart. Pick up a fast on your own and pray to God. Shut the phone off. Shut the TV off. Tell, tell everybody in the family, look, I'm being in this room all day. The only time I'm coming out here is to use the bathroom. After a while, I don't have to use the bathroom because I'm not eating. After a while, that's how it go when you fast. I know how it go.
Shut down.
See,
Shut down.
you watch your body start to be different. Your body acts different when you don't feed it food. And your spirit start waking up. What's up? And that's the one thing that'll turn that spirit around. When you're fasting, food. That's the one time when you think a little straight. Towards God, though. Okay? Channel towards God. Time sheet.
Now therefore, fear the Lord, and serve him in
Now
sincerity.
that you got all of this and you didn't pay for it, fear God and serve him in truth. You know what that means? Sincere? Do you really mean it? I love you. Do you really mean it? Are you sincere? You know, people say things, they really don't mean it. They say things, I mean it for the moment. But when this happened now, I switch up. Or when I feel the way, I switch up. And that's our problem. We do that with each other and we do that with God. Time sheet.
Now therefore, fear the Lord, and serve him in sincerity and in truth. And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood,
Hey.
Serve ye the Lord.
Hey, who he talking to? He ain't talking to heathens, is he?
No.
Let's go back to the first verse. Back to the first verse when he said, oh, he gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders, the heads, the judges, the officers. Y'all got to get it together. Teaching the people wrong against God. You're teaching the people laws that are not in here. You're teaching the people things that are not in here. You have the people following people who are not following God's commandments. You're causing people to sin. That's what Manasseh did. And even Manasseh said, I ain't going to do that no more. Come on, man. If you want to go against God, you do it. You do it and destroy yourself and you destroy your children. But the most selfish act is when I don't want you to serve God either. That's the most selfish act, period. So I'm going to tell you things. Because we only here, I only got this going on to get the money. Y'all don't even know how charters go. Y'all don't know how setting up religious charters go. All these people have religious charters to do what they're doing. And they get money from you. And you need money to keep the place going. So certain things I'm not going to teach because the people don't want to hear that. They're not going to come and give up their money because they feel away. Okay? That's what the church do. That's what Israelites do. That's what the Muslims do. That's what 5%ers do. That's what all those that have religious charters. It becomes about money after a while. Time sheet.
And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord.
If it seem evil to you. Because look, not everybody going to jack. Everybody not going to like this.
He said, you ain't jacking.
You ain't jacking it.
You ain't gotta do it.
You ain't got to do it. We ain't forcing you. Look, this is the thing. You want to force your will on us, on the people who serve God and God. But God ain't forcing his will on you. We're not going outside grabbing people and bringing them in here. That's not our job. We have the open ear. We have it to where people can have an open ear, and if somebody don't know about it, they can. Oh wow, I was searching for God. That's it. See, that's when you know somebody was searching for God. You know, a lot of people seeking God, they run into the Most High and keep moving. They wasn't searching for God. Take notes. They wasn't searching for God. When a person was searching for God and they find God and they still here and they die serving God, they were searching for God.
Okay.
Not everybody's searching for God.
Okay.
I met a lot of people. Hey man, I'm seeking God. When you tell them what God say, gone. You're seeking a certain kind of God. You're seeking a God to your liking.
I ain't seeking no more. I changed my mind.
Yeah, you changed his mind.
The longest fringes in the world.
Oh yeah.
The longest fringes in the world. He's seeking God. Pull up.
Yeah. But when he heard, I told you a lot of people is with the cross. A lot of people that are Israelites are with the cross. Most Israelites in the world are down with the Old and New Testament. We are not down with the New Testament. We are only down with the Old Testament. What's in the Old Testament forbids us to go into the New Testament. What's in the New Testament is about idolism. And it abolishes all the laws. That's why the world is following it. It's an easy thing. I can have my fun. Yeah. But look. Even that deity that you follow, you don't follow all the rules of that deity. Even the Christians, they don't follow all the rules of being a Christian. So what are you really following? The devil. Your own heart's lust. Time sheet.
Choose you this day whom you will serve. Whether the gods which your father served that were on the other side of the flood.
Now that's why you always hear me say, pick a side, right?
Right.
Pick a side.
Right.
Oh, this was all about picking a side. There was always a time in Israel, in our history, you had to pick a side. Moses said, what Moses said, all those, all those that's where? On the Lord's side. Pick a side, man. He said, all who's on God's side, come on over here. We can't do that today.
Slaving man his brother.
We can't do that today. We can't clean up the nation today.
Can't, yeah.
We can't.
Yeah.
We go to jail.
Yeah. See, he got that charge from God. Moses got that charge.
Independent people. He not in Egypt. He couldn't do this in Egypt.
God sent them down.
And he sent him to do that. So he said, look, man, no. We gotta get some. We gotta kill some of these guys. Because they will revolt and take over and kill you, Moses.
At that point, it was Moses' people. God said,
it's your people.
As quickly.
He said, get up quickly. No, we're not talking no more. Get up quickly. The people, your people. No. I've done that. I've seen my Abba do it, and I've done it. I've seen that. My sons go, my daughters get mad. They get me mad. I don't claim them.
Word. Somebody else go to father.
I said, that's your son.
Yeah, tell the mother.
I go right to. I said, no, that's your. When he's doing, when he got me mad, I said, he's your son. That's a fact. And I see my Abba, and I do, and I look. I'm not even thinking about it. I did the same thing. Nah, they your people. They're not acting like my people right now. That's your responsibility. That's your son. He ain't my son. That's your daughter. Look, parental guidance, is from God.
That's right.
That's why he said we're supposed to honor our mother and father, because when you become a parent, you have you become a guide automatically of that child's life. Okay, and in order for me to guide this child's life right, that child has to allow me to order and command. Allow yourself to be ruled. That's what he told Eve. He didn't tell Adam, I want you to rule her. He said, you allow yourself to be ruled by him. That means you got a responsibility, man. Man, you got a responsibility. She is your responsibility. So you got to stop acting up. You have to desire what he desires. You have to desire him. That's why you're with him. Now you got to desire what he wants.
You never told man to rule woman.
You never told man to rule woman. He told woman, allow yourself. Because I don't care. I could beat you. I could do this. I could throw you out the window. He said, I ain't doing nothing. Kill me. That's what they did. Kill me. I don't care. And the dude hit him and they killed him. So you can't do this. It's not going to work that way.
Our forefathers ain't do that.
No.
Our forefathers ain't do that.
Look. Nobody had to do that back then.
Nobody.
The Greeks didn't have to do that. The Romans didn't have to do that. All right? Men were a certain way, and women were a certain way that they're not today. The roles have changed. The woman is like this now. The women are like this. Yeah, they stand up right outside. You see, they're like this. And the men are like this. That's what you see now, man. They're timid. The men are the one using all the, sorry, excuse me. The woman ain't saying excuse me. The woman ain't saying thank you. I don't hold the door for nobody. I stopped that. Oh, that's good Samaritan. I'm not a good Samaritan. I'm a Hebrew. The Samaritans is the people who God moved in that were foreigners that learned God's laws, and they decided to learn to keep God's laws and their own laws. Like today. Yeah. Yeah, that's what a Samaritan is. Yeah, okay. A Samaritan is somebody from Samaria. And they call them a good Samaritan. Why? What made them good? Because they followed the ways of God and the idols' ways. That's what it said at the last verse of 2 Kings chapter 17. And why? Also in that verse, also in that chapter, it said that the children of Israel did those things that were secret. They violated secretly. That's right. Not you. Gotta wait for everybody and violate. Okay?
That's right.
All that gotta stop.
That's right.
You know you ain't supposed to be doing it.
That's right.
Why are you doing it? That's presumptuous sin.
Stop
yourself before you get stopped. Yeah. I mean, unless you don't believe it's going to happen. Okay, touch you.
Or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Oh, wow. Start that verse over again. That verse.
And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord.
If it seem evil to you to serve God, to keep his commandments,
choose you this day whom you will serve.
Pick a side right now. Make your mind up right now. You're not going to have the best of both worlds. This is what we try to do because we got good and evil in us. We try to have the best of both worlds, dipping in and out, No. Tom Sheep.
What are the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood?
You can follow those idols, all the idols you know about. The idols that your fathers taught you, that your mama taught you, that your granny taught you. Okay? All right? Your uncle taught you, or whoever, Tamshi.
Or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwelt. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
You could serve the gods from Panama, where you from, from Jamaica, where you from.
Juma Friday.
Okay? Or you could serve the gods that's here in America. He said, but for me and my household, I'm serving the Most High God, which made heaven and earth. And I stood on that.
Run that house.
Run that house.
Run that house.
Run it with an iron hand when it concerning God.
Right.
Don't, man.
It's right.
It's like a setup.
Yeah.
I'm busting myself to do this, but then people in my house ain't, and they're gonna jam me because I'm responsible for them.
That's right.
That's right.
Term sheet.
Right.
And the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods.
So they know what's going on. They said, God forbid that we do this to go and serve other gods.
For the Lord our God, he is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, in which did those things, did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the ways wherein we went, and among all the people through whom we passed.
Okay, so they're admitting, they said, nah, look, God forbid that we go and serve any other God, because it was you, Lord God, who got us out of Egypt, who did this and did that and did that. Right, Tamshi?
And the Lord drave out from before us all the people, even the Amorites, which dwelt in the land. Therefore we will also serve the Lord.
Right.
For he is our God. And Joshua said unto the people, ye cannot serve the Lord.
You hear that? They just said a whole speech. God, you did this for us, so there's no way we could turn against you. I'm going to serve God. You can't serve God. You see, man, you can't serve God. That's what Joshua told him.
That's what they're doing today.
That's what's happening today.
Yes.
I witness it every time I go around Israelites. I witness it when I'm listening. I listen to everybody because I want to see the state. I want to see where my people are at so I can show them. Because Isaiah was told to show the people their sins and their iniquities. They said, no, we want you to divine to us. Tell us a good future and make us laugh. That's what we like. We're fools. Clowns. Clowns that like to be entertained by clowns. Tongue sheet.
You cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God.
Now he's going to tell you why. He ain't going to just, you're not going to just get, we don't shoot you people down like that. He's going to tell you why you're not able to serve. He can say, man, no, you can't serve God. Because he see what you're saying and what you're doing are two different things. I'm going to show you. Read.
He is a jealous God.
He's a holy God. All right? You ain't holy. And he's a jealous God. Why is he bringing up that he's jealous? Because by you not being holy, you're going to do things to make God jealous. Tamshi.
He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins.
You. Not all transgressions are forgiven. You got to stop. You got to stop and mean it. And he will pardon your sin. That's a guarantee. If you mean it, if you stop and you mean it, God going to turn it around. I've seen it. Make me want to jump and grab the ceiling, man. I've seen it. I read it, and I've seen it with my own eyes. He turned things around. It looked like, oh, man. But then God switched it around. And the doctors come and say, it's a miracle. It's my miracle patients. Because I can't explain. You know, the x-rays and all the machines the science made showed me that you got to die. You're supposed to leave here. According to what I'm seeing here. But somehow, ain't nothing wrong with you no more. The machines say you good. They call that a miracle patient.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Okay?
Talk about it.
Serve God. Live, die, and live. Y'all get that?
Okay.
Serve God and live, die, and live. If you don't serve God, you will live die, and die.
Okay.
You got that?
Okay.
Serve God, live, die, and live. If you don't do that, you will live, die, and die. It's two deaths. Death of the physical, death of the spiritual. We experience the death of the physical. Where does spirit go? Read the book, it will tell you. Read the book, it will tell you where your spirit go when you die. Since y'all don't believe. Read it on your own. Time sheet.
You see, if you forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, then he will turn and do you hurt.
Do you hurt?
Consume you.
And consume you.
After that, he had done you good.
Meaning he's going to wipe y'all out. He's going to kill all of you. That's what consume means. Consume means he's going to destroy you. Like tuberculosis, the consummation of the lungs. Okay? It eats up the lungs. Diseases eats up your bones. It spreads and gets stronger. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to get that. You're going to get violence. You're going to get this. The weather going to turn on you. You're going to grow stuff. And the weather going to flood your seeds out. The animal's going to get a mad cow disease. Bird flu. You like eating chickens. Watch. I bet you a first Israelite that catch bird flu, everybody's going to still say, oh, no, I don't eat chickens because of the bird flu. But you don't. Yeah. God got a way to stop you. Keep eating what you ain't supposed to be eating. A lot of things are getting called back. Keep eating blood and fat and things that have blood and fat in it. It comes with salmonella. You don't want to believe God, but you're going to believe the virus. You will believe the disease. You will believe when Trump and them get up there talking about come get your jab vaccination. Yeah. That's what God put you under. That's how God killed the wicked. He kicked us out. He kicked Israel out. And you know who he sent there? He kicked them out and he sent famine, pestilence. You know what pestilence is? Disease. We're going to get the same diseases that the heathen get. We're going to die by, even if we accomplish one of God's law, we're still going to get it. Y'all understand that part?
Okay.
We're already guilty.
Right.
Our fathers before us is guilty.
That's
we're
right.
already we're born in this stage.
That's
so
right.
just get along with the program.
That's right.
You can't fix something that God already got set up.
That's
you
right.
You can't say, well, no. You're going to have to go through it, brother.
That's right.
Serve God and go through it. No complaints and serve God and reverence his name and die. Then you can live again. I'm going to say it one more time. Serve God. Live. Die. Then live again.
Okay.
If you don't serve God, you will live, die, and die. Okay? That's what I read in this book. That's what David said. Okay? Samuel said, yo, man, you and your son's going to be with me. Samuel was dead. He came out with a lot of the righteous. He wasn't in hell. He wasn't being tortured. Okay? He wasn't in a spot that he was going through it for his sins. He didn't sin. He was good. He was good righteous. But he told Saul, yo, man, don't worry about that, man. It's time for you to go. You got to come on. Before you mess yourself up more and you ain't going to be able to be in a lot of the righteous. Come on down. We got to get you. That's why God clipped the baby. Oh, you killed the baby. That baby got it in him to make his mind up to serve God once he realized or become aware of God in his years. But something's going to turn that off. So I'm going to kill him now.
So babies are innocent.
Babies are innocent.
They're innocent.
What have they done on this planet?
Let the little baby make.
They're only born in their mother and father's sin. God like that. God got that.
Not all babies got the good.
Okay.
Not like
Okay.
thank you.
Not like that.
Not all babies got the good.
You gotta have in it that God will see that you will serve God when you make your own decisions for yourself. You see that in them now. See it in them now. Okay? Time sheet.
And the people said unto Joshua, nay, but we will serve the Lord.
They said, look, we're going to serve God. Look. They denying what Joshua said. Joshua said, look, man, y'all can't serve God. Y'all ain't able to serve God because y'all not holy. And y'all got these idols and pictures and images and all this stuff. Y'all got the same things on your wall that Johnny got in his wall next door. What's the difference? Why y'all celebrating the same day? Why you look the same? Why we sharing the same barber seat?
The Kohen was in the barber seat Friday night.
The Kohen.
And he teaching Saturday.
Supposed to be the most holy person out of the whole nation. If anybody's following the commandments, it's going to be the Kohen. That's where you guys. That's who got the book.
Damn fool.
That's who got the book. But the Kohen, he's just got that title of money.
That's all.
I'm telling y'all, man. They're doing this so people will have a sense of, yes, this is worshiping God. We're just like those people, So that the people, because most people, you give them this law raw, or a lot of these places that they have Israelites in it, going to be empty. When you start telling them, look, I can't bring that food in here no more. That's blood and fat. I don't want to catch it. You want to eat it in your house? Eat it in your house. Don't bring it in here no more. I don't want to see that symbol here. Get that 6-point star out of here. That has nothing to do with David. Sheba, the queen of Sheba, did not have sex with Solomon. I had a conversation with some young brothers, and you know what the young brother said? He said, yo, you know what? He said, you know what, Chief? It's not in the book. You got to stick to the book.
Nigga said she had Lassie.
No, y'all don't even know. See, y'all got to mind y'all business. Y'all wasn't there. Go by what God said happened. That's it. Y'all wasn't there. You can't say what happened. I bet you him and her was doing it. How you know that? Because you would be doing it. You a creep, and that's all you think about. So a man thinking, so is he. You don't have no proof that this happened. Right away, they did something. Right away, they did something. That's all that's on your mind. She came to see if he was as wise as everybody said. And she gave him riddles. And it blew his mind. And gave him gifts. And blew her mind. Okay?
She said that half wasn't told me.
She said, man, they didn't tell me the whole thing.
Like, damn, this is even more than I thought.
Right. And she left. She left with a good word about Solomon. I'm going to tell y'all something. This is how I know they didn't have. I know this for a fact. Because Ethiopia, at that time, they had queens. Right? All those queens are warrior queens. None of those warrior queens could have sex with an outside member and have a baby for a king from another nation. They would kill her and the son. Now, what his name was supposed to be Menelik. Has he said anything? Has he wrote anything? This is Solomon's son. This is David's grandson. This is Jedediah's son, the beloved of God's son. Where was he? I heard he was hid. I heard they said they took him back and they hit him. God ain't going to allow that to happen. Solomon, regardless of what, you want to be my wife? You got to come over here. We're going to have your own kingdom. That's how you come on, y'all stop believing the stories, man. It's not in the book. We got to stop putting things that's not in the book. She's from Ethiopia, where they got a fake ark. You know that, right? They got a fake ark. They got an ark that they say, this is the Ark of the Covenant. It's a fake ark. Solomon ain't going to her, man. He was too high for that.
She was a boss. She was just a boss.
Look. One thing you can say, look, I can say this. He wasn't promiscuous. Whoever he had sex with was his wife.
That's why he had 1,000 of them.
He had 1,000 of them. What he need her for? When you got it like that, you don't sweat nobody, yo. All right? You ain't thirsty.
Nope.
You're not a thirst bucket.
Nope. Exactly.
You ain't trying to. He had it all. Exactly. He had the best of all.
Exactly.
Okay?
Teach, bro.
We don't even know what this Queen of Sheba looked like. It didn't say she was of a fair countenance. Most of the queen warriors are rough-looking chicks. They look like what we call today dykes. They're turn-offs. Yeah. You can't be. Some of these people, therefore, the Egyptians couldn't sit with us. There were rules for those people that forbid them to do certain things with us. The same way we had rules that forbid us to do certain things with them. The Egyptians did not sit with us and eat. They said it was an abomination to sit with the Hebrews. Whoa, that's offensive to me. Now, I'm a Hebrew. Guess what? I don't want to sit with you either. Well, I feel the same way you feel. I feel the same way you feel. I don't sit and eat with nobody that don't serve God. I eat by myself. I got my own food. Sometimes I prepare my food and go out in the street, right? When I'm ready to eat it, I go somewhere and sit down by myself. I'm not eating my stuff while you eating that unclean stuff. No. That means I accept this. I don't even have to eat it. I accept it. So I got to stay out of restaurants. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff we can't be doing, man. Amusement parks, great adventures, splish splash, water world. You can't go to these places. Leave it alone.
Hey,
Y'all don't even know
everybody naked and special.
Everybody. No.
Brother.
It's look. Y'all don't even know. Amusement parks is a form of worship to a deity named Mithra. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. What do you think I used to like going there? Come on, son. This is the straight lewdness.
Go to split splash, get high, and sit back.
Waste your time. You waste your time. These are the things that keep you from serving God. These are the things you do. This is your own heart's lust. Time sheet.
And the people said unto Joshua, Nay, but we will serve the Lord.
So they still said, no, but we're going to serve God. They were just told they're not even able to, because God is a holy God. And you guys, man, you're not holy. And you serving strange gods. You got strange gods among you right now. Why are you talking about you're going to serve God? That's why I'm telling you, you can't serve God. Time sheet.
And Joshua said unto the people, Ye are witnesses against yourselves, that ye have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they said, We are witnesses.
And that's why they got it like that. They played around. They was playing around.
What name you just mentioned? What name you just mentioned? Repeat the name.
Name?
Yeah, you just mentioned the name. Queen of
Oh,
Sheba.
Queen of Sheba? Yeah, what about her?
No, someone asked the question.
Yeah, all right. What's the question?
They said repeat the name.
Queen of Sheba. I was talking about the Queen of Sheba. When it was recorded that she went to go visit Solomon. We go by what we read in the book. They never had sex and they never had a child. And that guy, Menelik, never existed. Okay, there's no book, there's no writing, nobody saw him, there's no recording of him, nothing. Okay?
No, but not somebody, a name you mentioned was N.A.
I mentioned a lot, man. I'm rolling, man. I ain't gonna remember everything. I'll have to go back and look back.
The name of the false god.
The name of the false god.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it says.
I said one of them, right?
Oh no, you gave it a name. Tell her we don't say the names.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Being that God tell us not to mention the names of other gods, we come up with names for them. Because they came up with names for them. Baal Peor means Lord of the Open. They didn't actually call that the name of that actual deity.
That's right.
They just said, no, that's the Lord of freakiness. The opening has to do with freakiness.
Like today's
the Lord of that.
Today's God on the cross, we call him Jesus.
Everybody know that's what we call him. Sometimes we call the guy on the cross, we call him the jackal or Jake. We don't acknowledge the names that the worshipers give them because there are no gods. They never existed. They don't exist. They're not alive. And God don't want us to give names. He said, do not mention the names of them, okay? When you mention the name of it, you're saying it's a lie. You're saying it exists. When God created, every time God created something, he gave it a name. Before it came into existence, he gave it a name, and then it came. It came with a name. God said, let there be light. When God said that light wasn't here yet, he gave it a name first for it to exist. That's why he is the Holy One. And that's why we got to be holy for God to be covering us. Because this is the real God here. Tom sheet.
And Joshua said unto the people, Ye are witnesses against yourselves, that ye have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they said, We are witnesses. Now therefore put away said he, the strange gods which are among you.
So he said, okay. Since y'all gonna serve the Most High, y'all gotta get rid of them strange gods. You got them in your pocket right now. They're in your rolls. As they were there talking to Joshua, in their tents back home, they got gods and deities and symbols and abominations in their house. They got it with them in their possessions. That's why he said this. He said, now therefore, he said, now, all right, so now that we did with deal, being that said, you need to get rid of these things. The strange gods which are among you. What that mean? They had them amongst them. Right then and there while they was talking to Joshua. In their house and on them. In their tents, buried here, over here, in their pocket, on a card, on a piece of paper. Man, anything not to serve God.
Who was it that died and then he lifted them up and it fell out their pockets?
Oh, that was in Apocrypha, right? Idol, they got killed. They went to war and they got killed by heathens. And when Judas Maccabee said, yo, get out, just bury our dead brothers, when they picked them up, idols fell out their pocket. He said, this is why they got killed. This is why they got killed. That one thing, that one violation. He said, this is why God killed them. They wasn't supposed to die. Okay? All right? So what the idols do, all right, you ever seen a cartoon or a movie where somebody's walking, and everywhere they walk, they got a cloud over them? Cloud? What that mean? Nothing right gonna happen to this guy. Nothing right. Everywhere he goes, something bad happening there. All right? The dog let everybody pass. When it comes to that guy, he bite him. Okay? The con artist, pass everybody else and come and con you. Okay? You gotta think about it. That's because you got strange gods among you. That's what it does. It keeps evilness around you and in you. Jump sheet.
And Joshua said unto the people, you are witnesses against yourselves.
Verse 24.
And the people said unto Joshua, the Lord our God we will serve, and his voice we will obey. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God, and took a great stone, and set it up there under an oak, and was by the sanctuary of the Lord.
Okay, go to the Apocrypha, go to the prayer of Manasseh. And we read here a little and there a little, right? We're in the Apocrypha, in the prayer of Manasseh. It's only a page long, but it's one of the most powerful prayers I ever read.
Talk about it.
Okay, look, our prayers.
Talk about it.
Well, we can't even make up prayers today. We got to know how to pray to God. We got to know the words to use and how to communicate our words to God the right way. Tamshi, read quickly. I may get the bell back every time. Manasseh was a king in Israel. Okay, and you read about him in the Book of Chronicles and the Book of Kings. I'm gonna give you a synopsis of him real quick. He was a bad guy. He was doing bad things. He was violating the laws. He was one of the main kings that caused. He was known as Manasseh, the one who caused Israel to sin. Not only did he do it, but he made all Israel bow down to the same things he bowed down to. Now, when you read what he did, he said he made altars to every deity of the people round about him, and he made every deity to the sun, moon, stars, and everything that's in heaven. He made an altar. You know, some altars take months to build. So he built an altar for every deity known to man. Every star, sun, moon, everything. He said he surpassed Ahab in wickedness. Nobody got to the height of wickedness like Manasseh did. At first it was Ahab, but he topped Ahab. He literally served every idol known to man. Okay? This is what Manasseh did. And guess what happened? Babylon came. And they grabbed him and took him and put him in a place called Riblah. Riblah is a torture city, a city that every house you see, there's torturing going on in those houses. See Rikers Island?
Yeah.
When you go to Rikers Island,
yeah.
you got Old Boy,
Yeah.
We call it Old Boy, right? When your case is still open, you go to Old Boy. Then you got the Beacon. Then you got this, and you got that. You got the 1 building, the 4 building, the 3 building. Classification. You think they was doing that back then?
Right.
That's what Riblah was. Babylon had a city that anybody who they conquer, they bring you to this city in the sun. Okay, this guy's a king. Put him where the kings be at.
Yeah.
And there's somebody there to torture you until you die. That is the ending result for a lot of the kings that turn against God. That was the sentence for him. We're about to read. No. He's in Riblah. He's in the dungeon, and he's left there to die. When you get put in the dungeon, you don't get a sentence. You don't get no sentence. Oh, well, I sentenced you to 3 years. You don't get a sentence. You stay there until you die.
That's right.
Okay? The chief butler and the chief baker was going to stay there until they die. Or unless somebody thinks of it. You say, you know what? There's a guy down in the dungeon, and then you bring him up. But most of the time when you go in that dungeon, you're dead. When you get in the dungeon, there's the skeletons in there. The people that died in that dungeon before you. Okay? That's where he was at. This is where Manasseh at right now. Okay? Put your imagination on turn it on now. Turn your imagination on and picture this man sitting in a dungeon, a dark room with rats and roaches and dirty water leaking and skeletons around him. Okay? Read.
O Lord,
Oh Lord,
Almighty God of our fathers.
this is how you start. Before you get to you start with the Most High and address the Most High as who He is. And then you get to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac and God of Jacob. Ain't that what God said? That's who I was known as. El Shaddai.
Okay.
Now, this is thousands of years later. They know the name. He still ain't saying it.
Okay.
He identified God by the man who served him.
Okay.
Oh Lord, Almighty God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay.
Now you know what God I'm talking about. I ain't got to say his name. I ain't got to show you no logo. And I was telling the brothers the other day, there's your sign is the Shabbat. We live our sign. Do y'all understand that? If we're supposed to be Israel, we're supposed to be different. You have to understand how our thing works. Okay? We live our sign. Oh, you got a logo? Well, we ain't got a logo. We live the logo. The logo is the Shabbat. He said it's a sign between me and you, not the rest of the world. So don't look at the rest of the world. God made this covenant with you. Well, it ain't my job to teach the world. It ain't my job to go out there. It's my job to teach my house. Keep myself in line and teach my house. Tell she.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of their righteous
seed,
who has made heaven.
That's why you can't talk about these people. I don't care what they did. You heard what he said? The righteous seed is all the people you read about in the book that came after Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they did a lot of things God ain't like. And he still called them a righteous seed. Watch your mouth. Bring your pride down. You're not better than these people. What you think you was going to be able to teach these people something? No. What if one of them came and said, hey, man, y'all not supposed to be eating with blood and fat? What you going to tell them? What you going to tell them? Because deep down you know. Deep down your spirit know good. Okay? Deep down. But you do things so you don't tap into it. You avoid. You just deflect. Stop doing that, man. Tell you.
Who has made heaven and earth with all the ornaments thereof.
What's the ornaments?
The sun.
The sun. The moon. The stars.
Okay.
And all the hosts of heaven. Anything you see when you look up there, clouds, I don't care what it is. Okay? Okay? That's who made that.
All that.
Think about it. And it's vast. That stuff is big out
Galaxy.
there. The galaxy. God is above that. There was a time the galaxy didn't exist. Time sheet.
Who has bound the seas by the word of thy commandments.
So all water is being held back by God's command, not the moon. People say, yeah, the moon controls the tides of the water. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this one? How about this one? God told the moon to do that. Whatever you say, oh man, that worked. That's because the atoms do it. God did that.
That's right.
Whatever you say, however this go down, God did it. God created atoms. God created the nucleus. He created the protons and the neutrons. He created all these things. So however you want to put it, God started that. God made it happen. Tamshi.
Who has shut up the deep and sealed it by thy terrible and glorious name.
Terrible and glorious name. And we don't know which name that one was. But this one is a terrible and glorious name. It hasn't been described because this name is a purpose for that name is to keep the deep sealed up so that it don't overflow and flood us out. Yeah. His name keeps it. Man, y'all don't even understand, man. Tamshi.
Whom all men fear and tremble before thy power. For the majesty of thy glory cannot be borne, and thine angry threatening.
The majesty of who? Of what? Of thy glory cannot be born. You can't, no. You're going to be able to look at God face to face. What he said, my eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun. He said, no man can see me and live. God said it. He said, no man can see me and live. So you can't withhold the full glory of God. He got to come to you in a fashion that's not going to consume you. That's why he come down in the cloud and you see the glory in the cloud. You see it seeping out there. But if he come without that cloud of full glory, you dead.
Automatically.
That's why he said, for the majesty of thy glory cannot be born. And the glory is also his power. He is not power. God is not power. God made power. God controls power. Y'all understand that? He's higher than that. You can't call him powers. He controls it.
He created power.
He has the power of the spoken word. He utilizes that.
Right.
He created that to utilize it. So how can he be something that he created?
That's right.
Stop it.
That's right.
Tamshi.
And thine angry threatening towards sinners is importable.
And thine angry threatening. See, when God get angry, right? Towards sinners is importable, meaning his anger can be imported from where he's at. Remember, he's dwelling on high, right or wrong.
Right.
And when he get looked down, he get mad at you or me. His anger and what the effects of his anger is imported on me, on us, from up there. That's what import means. To bring from an outside source. Okay, Tamshi.
But thy merciful promise is unmeasurable.
But your merciful promise, you made a promise, and it's a merciful promise. All right, it's unsearchable and unmeasurable. Okay, meaning you don't know the amount of people who God will show mercy to when they die.
No,
you don't know. You don't know that really.
That's right. That's a fact.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't say this guy's end is this or this guy's end. You can do that with your children.
That's right. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
You can't do that because we're not able to look in. Look, if I was able to look in and see who people really are, I'd have the perfect wife for my match. I just walk around. Oh yeah, she'll serve God. Yep, come here. Right or wrong? If we had that, we ain't got that. So it's unsearchable and unmeasurable the amount of people who God will save or condemn. You know what I'm saying? It's how God does certain things, we have to leave that alone.
Yeah, that's his business.
That's his business. You know, it's unsearchable.
Yeah,
Certain things you're not going to find out. It's unmeasurable.
Sure.
Some shit.
For thou art the most high, Lord, of great compassion,
Praise him.
long suffering,
Praise him.
very merciful,
Very merciful.
and repentance of the evil of men.
He forgives the evil of men. Okay? If you ask for the forgiveness, though. You don't just get it like that. Some shit.
Thou, O Lord, according to thy great goodness, hast promised repentance.
That's the mercy. Thou, O Lord, according to your great goodness, you promised repentance. You promised a window of forgiveness. You promised a way where we can do certain things and you will forgive us. You told us this. He gave us the blueprint. Yo, when you do this, you get me mad? Burn this. I like the smell. It'll calm them down. But in this situation over here, somebody had to die. Phineas had to step up and boot the violator. Okay? Depending on the situation. Okay? Because if these things didn't go down, the plague would have went out. And if it destroyed Israel, you think it would have stopped? It kept going. And destroyed the whole place.
Stop it.
You understand that? Whenever a plague had broke out, it was going to destroy the whole nation and keep going. Time sheet.
Thou, O Lord, according to thy great goodness, hast promised repentance and forgiveness to them that have sinned against me.
Okay, to the ones that sinned against him, God has given a way of repentance, a way that you can get repentance from God. You can repent and get forgiveness from God. Time sheet.
And of thine infinite mercies.
Infinite means forever.
Everlasting.
Infinite means forever. There is no limit to God's mercy. Okay? Time sheet.
And of thine infinite mercies has appointed repentance unto sinners, and that they may be saved. Thou therefore, O Lord.
That's how you get saved. That's your salvation. That God has appointed a way for sinners to get forgiven.
Okay.
You think you want everybody to go down? Okay. So why you want everybody to go down?
Right.
I don't want everybody on the planet to die.
Right.
I don't want the wicked to die. God don't want the wicked to die.
Right.
I can't do nothing about that.
Right.
But my heart wishes the best that people serve God.
That's right.
And that's a good point
Right.
to have.
Right.
That's something God looking and say, man, I like that, man.
That's right.
I don't like a person that won't kill everybody and dead everybody and kill everybody. Well, kill yourself.
That's right.
Thou has also cursed.
That's right. That's right.
You want God kill people who got mercy. Mercy. Ding.
Any questions?
Are there any questions before I come down?
Jingle-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Give y'all a couple of
If
minutes.
you have any questions, type it in the chat. After the questions, we have an announcement. If you have any questions, repeat it in the chat. Chief Abraham, you want to do your announcement? While Chief Abraham is doing his announcement, if you have any questions, type it in the chat. I will ask Chief Mika.
All right, Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom God.
First of all, I'll be real quick. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praises to El Shaddai, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, great, mighty, and revered God, Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things. The Lord of hosts is his name. Baruch Shalom.
Shalom.
Give due respect to my father, a leader in Israel, my mother, a mother in Israel, chief men, princes, brothers and sisters of the language of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom again. I'll be real quick. This is in reference to my brother, the question that my brother Zacharias had last week.
Last week?
Give me Leviticus 20.
What was the question?
He was talking about, I forgot exactly what he was asking, but is there anything in the book that shows that there's going to be life after we die? Yeah. Leviticus 20.
Want me to read it?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, again, thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Momo, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. Stone him with stones. All right? Next verse, last verse. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he had given of his seed unto Momo to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. Okay, so this is for you, Zacharias. El Shaddai said, if we see anybody giving their seed, sacrificing their seed to that deity, the people was going to do what? Stone them with stones, right? Now, when you stone somebody with stones, what happened to them? They die, right? All right. Look what happened after he died. It said, the people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people. He's dead. What is God talking about? His spirit.
He's already dead.
God said he's going to set his face against that man and will cut him off among his people. He's already dead. That's the proof right there, Zacharias. That's the proof right there, bro. The man is dead already. We stoned him. He's dead. All right, let's bury him. Now God is stepping in. We did our job. Now El Shaddai is stepping in. He said, I will set my face against that man. I will cut him off from among his people. That means his spirit is not going to go amongst the lot of the righteous. His people. His spirit going to go somewhere else. That's his holy name.